Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, I think we're good. Dude, what is this? Yeah, what's up, dude? It's time to save PoE2. A Vol photo booth. That's kind of cool. I read all the leaks, I think. We might go over them on stream before launch as well, before the reveal. Assuming that link still works. It's crazy there's no druid, eh? I was expecting, like, how long is it going to take for us to get all the classes? It's going to be a long time. How do you translate this shit? I mean, even without launching with all the classes, we are still a long ways away from having all the weapon types, all the classes. Not even disregarding 1.0. Like, the fact that the only melee you can really play is maces still? That's crazy. I don't remember which links are the actual ones to look at. Deadeye? There's gonna be a lot of people playing Deadeye. I mean, Deadeye looks as good as always from what we've seen so far. This is not what I'm looking for. Yo, yo. What's up, Sag? What's up, Stecky? I guess the images don't work here. Well, I haven't actually seen this. What is this? This is the interlude thing? The interludes. 3 mini temporary acts. Level 60 to 65. They will disappear with the arrival of acts 5 and 6. So they're going to put them later in the game eventually. First interlude brings the player back to the village of Ogum in reconstruction since the fall of Count Junor. Trapped in impenetrable darkness. Every night its corrupt inhabitants invade the surrounding farms. The players will have to explore new areas, confront new bosses, and unravel the mystery of this nocturnal corruption. You get this less of a flashback. Alright. Interlude 2, the Stolen Barya. Just permanent sanctum. Vasteria Asala, invested with the sacred role, must perform the ritual of water donation when the stars align. Sounds like Dune or something. But the Selkari, guardians of sacred water, have disappeared. We'll have to find them, understand who disturbed the ritual, and confront new adversaries. Whoa. Alright. It's like very generic descriptions here. Millennial intrigue. Yeah, I'm a millennial. Goyani, Goy. A royal thaumaturge of the Vol had once sealed a group of volunteers in a huge mountain crypt to survive Cataclysm, World of Warcraft Cataclysm. Thousands of years later, their descendants could still exist and hold the key to defeating the beast. The ascent of the mountain will be perilous. Freezing cold, fearsome enemies, ice caves, and the entrance to the mysterious crypt await the player. I like ice areas. 6 and 7 zones, as well as 4 bosses. So we're getting, holy shit, 35 new zones in the interludes and 24 bosses in the interludes? Or is that the total for Act 4 and the interludes? Oh, this is the total. Yeah, this is leaks. Okay, so this is total. This is total. So we have a total of 35 new zones and 24 new bosses. Dude, it's going to be scary playing this in HCS stuff, huh? Nah, towers are still in. I think they'll adjust towers next patch, would be my guess. There might be some tower adjustments this league, but I think they'll do like a little mini overhaul next league, probably. Hopefully. How dangerous this is going to be in hardcore, dude? I mean, I'd just tank up, right? Just tank up. Okay. No more replaying the campaign. Sick. Sick. All right. Lineage supports. So these are all drop only. There's 40 new lineage supports apparently, and they're all drop only. All right, these images don't work. I've seen them, but they're not loading in the archive. Forty supports. No, images still don't load. Oh, they load on this page. So freezing salvo now targets. It has additional projectiles to each fragment on the ground, each ice fragment on the ground. I mean, that could be really good with freezing salvo stacking if that's still a thing. Toxic growth. So is this just going to become like toxic rain now? Seems like toxic rain. Before it had that cringe jump. Now it's just just a skill that you just use one and done. It's literally toxic rain. Cool me. This looks really cool as well. It's like a chaos RF almost. Kind of. Mirage Archer. Dude, Deadeye's gonna be so good this league. Circer gets out of this patch. Yeah, you gotta wait like 3 years at this rate for Zerker, dude, for Marauder. Give it like 3 more years. So Mirage deals 30% less damage. Cannot create a new Mirage if Mirage is expired, or you have dodge rolled in the past 6 seconds. Duration is 4.7 seconds. So what is this? This means like 45% uptime? Is that what that means? And you have to like limit your dodge rolling, which is fine, I guess. It's kind of weird though. Still really good. Deflect. This is like suppression, but for everything. Hmm. I'm probably gonna load up some sort of witch. Not sure what yet. It's either witch or like Deadeye. I don't want to play Titan shit. Merc sucks. Mercenary. At least on mouse keyboard, and it's like I don't know how you survive on a mercenary. What's up, Franks? Titan. Only good about Titan is you get like Giga AoE. Walks at a decent pace. Well, I mean, we're getting sprint. It's, who knows how much movement speed you get from that? Probably like 30%, 35, maybe 40. Yeah, we're getting sprint, dude. But if you get hit while you're sprinting, you get heavy stunned. So it's gonna be like a Roa, but weirder. We'll see. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Everything is now blockable and parryable. So pretty much everything except it's like a telegraphed attack is blockable now. I mean, it's really good. Oh wait, this is like manual blocking, isn't it? This is only manual blocking, not like block, I assume. Or is it that too? Demon form? Demon form looks pretty good now, yeah. Now that you get the, you still get your weapon benefits. I wish minions were spells. Demon form would be sick if that were the case. Looks pretty good though. Yeah, I think these came out yesterday, but then they took them down. We're looking at archives. Yeah, 30 minutes. It's coming. It's a coming. Forge hammer. So Molten Blast no longer has that cringe like step forward. Maybe this is playable. Ancestral Cry. So Shield Charge has no cooldown now. I think. More recharging time. What does that mean? I think it has no cooldown. But it's a channel and you just hold it down to keep going forward, I guess. I think. Like Ellie? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I assume you can like turn it a little bit. You can turn it. Like you currently can, maybe? I'm not sure. The game saved. I mean, it's looking better than it currently is. I don't know about saved, but maybe it is saved. Just gotta wait to see. Might be saved. They just need to get more classes, more weapon types in the game, and get a better end game. That's what we need. Yeah, I'll probably go HCS stuff. Totems. So this totem has a no limit. All you need is endurance charges, and you can make as many of these totems as you want, which is kind of crazy. Scales with player's weapon as well. Yeah, I wouldn't even say this game has crafting, although there is apparently there's some crafting stuff coming this league that we haven't seen yet that wasn't leaked. We are getting some crafting stuff. I don't know what that'll look like yet though. Trying snaking right now? Yo, lit, man. I'm glad you like it, dude. It's a fun build. Wait, yeah, PoE1 crafting is like 10 light years ahead of PoE2 crafting. If you can even call PoE2 crafting. It's more like lever pulling. Yeah, apparently only like 40% of the stuff was leaked or something like that. If that, 30-40%. Word on the street. So this node has +1 max totems now. Yeah, 100%. MILF Warriors. What the fuck is this, man? What is a MILF Warrior? Hmm. This is really bad also, apparently. There's a mod on gear in the tree that makes armor work on elemental damage, but it's like the damage reduction happens pre-resistances, so it's dog shit. Yeah, it's bad. Unless they changed it in the patch notes. But currently, yeah, it's first it does the armor mitigation and then does resistances, so it's really, really bad. I really hope they improve mouse keyboard responsiveness in this game. Because like playing Mercenary mouse keyboard is like kind of trolling right now. I really, really hope they change some of this stuff. I might make it like if they don't fix this patch, I'm probably gonna make a video on this, how bad mouse keyboard is in this game. Like, ironically, it's like a big problem. What's the issue? There's a lot of issues. The auto aiming is one. Like if you cast a cursor in a specific spot, it'll go somewhere else. There's another one. There's a turning issue where if you like flip your cursor to the opposite side of your character and try to cast something, it'll cast it in a completely different spot because your character hasn't turned yet. Stuff like that. I've made some video, like some clips of this, but I haven't like fully dove into it. So shock, I assume these are generic changes, right? Shock has double duration. Kind of cool. Chill and freeze last longer. Burning lasts longer. Wait, I assume this is on the players as well, right? Wait, so players are going to be chilled, frozen, and shocked, ignited for longer now? That might be a problem. Oh, well, you get frozen, you just log out, dude. Oh. Mortar cannon. So this lets you put grenades into a totem. Banner buffs. It's kind of interesting. Wait, how do you gain valor again? Guys gain 1 valor on kill with an attack. That's not happening. 1 valor per second while there's a unique enemy within your presence. I mean, you could still use this for bossing, even if you're not using an attack. Capped at 50, so 50 seconds though. This is like end game bossing only. Heck, 2 bossing, true. Some of the bosses are really long, huh? Deletion of the value system. Wait, what? Maybe it's the valor system? Maybe they deleted the valor system. So that doesn't make sense. Wait, glory. I don't know. It's like Hammer of the God stuff, right? Heavy stunning an enemy. Well, that might be trickier. Yeah, I'm not really thinking about grenades right now. I'm thinking about other builds. I'm not playing grenades, I don't think. They look good, though. Which... Alright, this is like... A lot of this translation's kind of fucked. Till now, melee minions suffer from a clear disadvantage in the face of remote invocation. I don't know what the fuck this means. I don't know what this means at all. No more precision problems. All server attacks touch automatically. I think this means melee minions don't need accuracy anymore. I think is what this means. So brutes have a new command skill. They have an intimidate, and they detonate nearby frozen minions and frozen enemies. And then ice mages can do ice armor to other minions. So, this is actually, like, you actually have to press this. Like, command skills, you have to press. So you actually have to press this. Kind of weird. So it's like ice armor from, like, Warcraft 3, I think. Similar, same thing, I assume. Unearth can now... can animate your dead skeleton corpses. Kind of nice. Not huge, but kind of nice. Skeletons get a new jumping skill. I assume you like target where you want it to jump or something. I wonder if this is all the skeletons. It probably is. I wonder what the cooldown is on this. Yeah, some sort of leap. Like a leap slam. Has anybody played Spectres this league? I haven't touched them yet. I know people have been playing Vol something Spectres. I forget what they're called. I haven't looked at it at all though. I need to look into them. Your minions are lit, dude. Well, they were lit in the first patch. Last patch, they sucked. This looks kind of mean. Blood Mage is looking really good, just from what we've seen. It gets the first node for free now. Like when you pick Blood Mage, you get this for free. It's kind of sick. Demon form big buff for casters. More during class to league start? Not really, because you get to choose nodes after that when you click the class. Minions come back? Maybe we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully. All right, I've not seen this. I didn't look at this. Act 4. The instrument of the third edict. Broken there are ages. What? Yeah, no. No, it's French, I believe. But yeah, it is scuffed. Act 4 is totally non-linear. We can wait on this stuff. I don't know. This doesn't really... Not super relevant. I think that's most of that stuff. All right, we got 13 minutes. Oh, dude, ads, bro. Really, bro? Oh, wait, it's like some... Wait, it shows a stream while the ad's playing? There's the ad right there, dude. Sick ad. Tired of ads? Yeah, actually I am. Is audio even working? Yeah, it is. Is this just permanently here, bro? Oh, there it goes. The audio's like skipping on the stream. Is it just me? What the fuck? You guys can't hear that. Riveting. Bro, I cannot with the ads. We're just gonna use this browser. I think we get no ads here, maybe. But I gotta add it to OBS. All right, cool. I do plan on making a build. We'll probably do a build guide if we get patch notes. As soon as we get patch notes, I'll make a build guide probably. Would be nice. Nice. What's up, Corpo? It's not hiding. Oh, there it goes. I'm ready. My body is ready. Oh, it was good. Oh, it was good. 60-hour campaign. Yeah, Camel, the guy that does the music for PoE, he seems really pumped for this league. I'm pretty sure he made some good music. Should be good. PoE has great music. It's one thing they've always done well is music. I was going through the Last Epoch music maybe a couple months ago. Man, the music in that game is way worse than PoE. It's so much more amateur. It's really hard to find good music in LE. Yeah, that's one thing PoE does very, very well. Everything? Visually and audio, yeah. Some of the gameplay systems in LE are better though. Yeah, LE does a lot of things pretty intelligently. A lot of cool systems in that game. Just needs more content, really. More content. More consistent updates. You mean Resolute technique? But yeah, point stance. So apparently... Alright. Apparently, some of the keystones are changing this league. I don't know what they're doing with them. But some of the keystones are apparently changing and being improved. A lot of them. Also, the tree in general is going to be changing as well. Apparently, I think pathing is going to be less cunty. Like, how we spend infinite points to travel around. I think it's going to get a little bit less cunty. But yeah, I don't know exactly what they're doing yet. What do you want to see, like the tree? The tree difference? It's hard to see. It keeps shifting. It's hard to tell. But honestly, the tree didn't change much, I don't think. Like, very little change, actually. Doesn't work? It should. It didn't change much, though, I don't think. It's a shame. PoE2 Path of Building is it's not up to date. It's still missing some of the runes and stuff. Some of the new runes. It still doesn't have them, which is crazy. So like, sharing POBs of PoE2 is just not even that good right now. You can't really do it very well. Got to use like one of the websites, which kind of sucks.
Time to ignore this game for another 6 months. Smile.
Yo, thank you for the 16 months names. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Yo, dude, this 0.3 patch, it's gonna knock your socks off, alright? Just wait. PoE2 is about to be so back. Just wait, names. Just you wait, dude. My predictions are the best classes are gonna be Blood Mage, Lich, Deadeye, maybe Amazon still. These classes suck. Titan and Smith. Those are gonna be the good classes. Why Blood Mage? Well, Blood Mage is already really good, but it's getting buffed, well, from what we know. Blood Mage starts off with this point already. So you get, basically, you get 2 more ascendancy points. But maybe they tone these down to compensate? I don't know. But you start with this. .0 coming around Christmas? No shot. We're not getting 1.0 till like the end of next year. Maybe mid next year. I would say the end of next year. It's been a full year, and look, yeah, what have we gotten? We got like 1 class? Or one, yeah, 1 base class or whatever? Everyone's spamming the same build? Well, that's a balance issue. It's pretty wild how last league they started off with Lightning Sphere being really OP, and then they buffed it again like a week later for some reason. I didn't understand that. Yo, less than 1 minute. Let's go. Let's go, boys. I'm ready. My body's ready. Honestly, this is make or break for PoE2, I think. Don't get me wrong, they still have a big launch of 1.0 and a big launch of like Druid and Templar. But like in my eyes, this is make or break for PoE2. Like from a design perspective, they need to really nail down the direction of the design in this game. Straight up. I believe. Jonathan, show me what you got. Show me what you're made of, Jonathan.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live.
Welcome.
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below.
Yeah, I'm not using that as too much
flavor. With that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2.
A teaser?
The Third Edict.
A teaser? No. How did I need the whole thing?
I have called you here to save our people, to save our way.
Zulu.
Over the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty.
Is this Toda? Are we getting Toda?
Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing.
Columbus.
Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way!
It's Toda.
I understand.
Alright. Sick. Ooh, that purple guy looks sick, dude.
The true Lakura Makoi will rise.
Four new bosses, bro. Oh, dude, that spiral though. $150 new notables. Trade system. Yeah, I play SF, dog. What is this? Alright, this is a league mechanic. Well, I need to know more, bro. I need more on the Abyssal. Surely we're gonna get like patch notes, right? Don't, if that's like all we get today.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today.
Okay.
We'll start by going over Act
Okay.
4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system,
New
added
crafting
new
system.
skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
They up their
After that, it's on to changes we're making to
graphic
the
design
endgame.
here.
Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big
Essence
one.
changes.
We'll then go over our new supporter
Oh,
packs
wow.
and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes. They're
Oh,
not
thank
quite
God.
complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on.
Thank God.
We've got a lot to cover today, but
Patch
first,
notes.
another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2.
Man.
That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try.
I want to do a
Alright,
giveaway of a key.
Let's
Like
get
I have one to
started
give
with Act
away.
4. The
Free
story
weekend might cut into
continues from
that.
the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to King's March,
King's March.
hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
Sick.
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island?
Fuck upon you.
Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
He really just said fuck upon you island.
Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict.
Paper
No
bag
matter
for
where
that
you
one.
choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama sees your
Yama the White.
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could
Yes,
face
sir.
the endgame. But after adding Act 4, The game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You'll discover new areas.
Look at that shield. That looks really cool.
And new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance!
Why is she dancing with a corpse?
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting. Fight even
Man, they're really
more new
pushing the
bosses.
warrior stuff this league on. At least in these
Discover the
trailers.
secrets of the ancient ritual. Discover new locations. And ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty.
That looks like a cool arena.
Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself.
Dude, ice zones are the coolest zones in the game, like in any game.
The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each,
Don't
and
at me.
generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear
man.
that interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was
Facts.
a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well.
Sprinting.
So let's talk about sprinting.
What's
In
the buff?
030, when
Movement
you
speed
hold
buff.
down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll.
35%.
This is available on all
40.
character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
If I get hit by sprinting, I'm
The
logging
best
out.
idea is to use a
Hope you
skill
know
when
that.
you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE2's gameplay.
What's the movement speed buff,
What I
bro?
like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign.
You didn't tell us how much
but
speed it
there's a
gives.
whole giant league to play through as well.
Hello?
I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems.
I think you have to get hit,
Now,
I
support
believe.
gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character.
True.
We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities. something needed to change.
Look at the bar.
So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now
Every
use as
icon the
many
same.
copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can.
Wait a
Many
minute,
utility
that's a big
skills
change.
previously couldn't
That's
scale to
nice.
endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing
Wait, they
Palm with martial
rechanged
tempo.
martial
You would
tempo?
much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only
5
3 tiers of
tiers?
supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1.
Oh, they're
Also, there were
different.
no strict upgrades,
Brutality 3.
meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports
Huh.
as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%.
Cool.
But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
All right, that's
In
pretty
some
sick.
cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells.
Wow.
So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign.
I
But
like
we wanted
that.
to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Drops from the Sanctum boss. His name's in the gem. Makes sense.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
That one's just a giga rare. Like, super. That's enlightened
Others fairly common.
power tier.
some of them are build defining,
Honestly, this seems really good.
others are just straight up power upgrades.
Awaken gems? Yeah.
All in all, there's
Especially
around
some of the rare
40
ones.
lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there.
Cool art.
Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well.
Okay. Okay.
As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame.
Very good.
There's a
Very
huge
good.
amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving
Is
you a
it-
nuke-like ability.
Does it detonate the fragments when you use this or no?
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
Oh.
Another
Sounds
theme you'll
good.
see throughout the game is making
Toxic
movement
Rain?
feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had.
Yeah.
Now Toxic
An
Growth is a
understatement.
rain skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while
This
we were
looks
at it,
really cool. I
called
like this.
Toxic Domain.
It's like
It
Righteous
creates a
Fire.
small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic
Oh
growth
no, I thought it
pustules,
followed
but
you.
attached to
Alright, that's kind of
monsters.
mid. It's alright.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation
Oh, it's stationary.
called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that.
Why was
Currently,
that?
evasion doesn't
Why is the
evade all
ignite
toxic
building
hits in
up?
the
What is
game,
that?
So you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
I mean, this is just gonna make them tankier
And
than
there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too.
like armor build straight up, huh?
Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all dex characters, so the mercenary and the monk, but especially the huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry.
Yeah, deflection
Now,
on
one of
the
the big
ES
concerns
build.
on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable.
Dude, this
And not only
fight's
that, but to
so
make block and parry
gunty.
nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Oh wow, so this is a buff to passive block as well?
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard.
That's crazy.
So we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential.
Looking,
We've
where's the
also added a
clearing
new skill
potential?
called Forge Hammer.
Where is it?
This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has
Nice.
massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
Wait, so does it move
And you're going
backwards
to
now?
want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor.
Blocks are
After
lucky.
you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures.
It might
And
have
molten
Svalin. I
balls
think
will
still
erupt
has
from your
lucky block
attacks.
maybe.
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Wait, so it doesn't go on forever.
Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
40%.
Great for bosses.
Oh.
Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too.
Nice.
Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
I mean, this sounds nuts.
In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems,
Sounds
we
pretty
wanted to
good.
upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud.
I wonder how good this is.
We've also merged the Grateful
seems
Howl
kinda
and
good.
Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next
Like
up, let's
Molten
talk
Shell?
about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
No accuracy needed.
We also
That's
wanted to
crazy.
improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate
Bro,
this,
this
we're
is
adding a lot
bad.
more of the stat that
Stop.
allows your armor to defend against elemental
Jonathan,
damage.
stop.
It's now
It's not
available
good.
on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
It only works pre-resistance.
One of the most important improvements
Bad.
we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that
The
otherwise
shock
wouldn't
went
use
away.
one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds,
Well, only on monsters.
and skills
Really?
like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more.
Dude, what is this damage?
You'll find changes
500k
like this all around the game.
on one shot?
Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
What if these are good? Whoa, it will it explode on contact? Oh, that looks kind
Another
of
issue
sick.
on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones.
True.
As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Wait, all
Attack
minions?
now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs,
Wait, is it
but we also
for
added
all
a new
minions?
command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too.
I mean, this looks kind of meme.
Unearth was changed to work on corpses of
Yeah,
your
the
dead
ice stuff.
skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights.
This is a nice change.
And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster.
Does it have a
Ray's Spectre was also
Wait,
feeling
was that-
pretty
that's
weak
an
for the spirit
automatic.
cost they have.
automatic leap? You don't have to,
To
do
be
anything.
honest, we were a little
think?
afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Where's numbers? Need numbers.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap.
Scythe.
When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too.
Nutty.
Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Did they nerf anything else on the
Infernalist,
tree?
Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed.
Sure.
Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool
Yeah,
build
still not
that
playing
certain
Monk,
people
bro.
always enjoyed in PoE1
Seems
was
cool, though.
hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes
Hollow
now.
palm.
The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
I mean, this sounds kind of strong.
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too.
Yeah, at least reading patch notes today. We'll get to see if
Now,
there's, if
one of
there's
the
any
least
nerfs.
used Ascendancy class in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they
That
kill,
looks
they do
cool.
massive explosions of darkness.
Look
dealing
at how many
damage to
charges
everything
he has
in sight.
around him. What the fuck? What is that even?
Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower
Yep.
resistances of a single element.
Just put in elemental
In order to
weakness.
fix that,
or
we made quite a
punishment.
lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
No shot, yo, that's fucking huge.
And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now
That's
give
fucking
elemental
huge.
exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
Wait,
We
What?
also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly.
oh,
This applies game-wide too.
Yo, that's a good change too. That's really
And we
good.
didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop
Yeah,
elemental
PoE2 is a lot of fun.
For example,
It's looking-
when a
the patch
Frostbomb
is looking good.
explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles.
Wow.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the
All
projectiles.
right,
that
this
pass
is looking
through it.
pretty cool.
Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Wait, Arc's a projectile now?
Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Zeus.
Or
Zeus
use it with
build.
all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice,
Okay.
but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a Support Gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your
Wow.
ignites to deal chaos damage.
Wait,
Your fire spell that ignites will also turn purple.
That seems...
The Ritual Cadence
Kinda
keystone
good.
causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've
All
added
right,
a lot
less
more options to the
traveling?
passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version, and here's the new version.
Holy shit,
it's a lot
dude.
more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now,
Goddamn.
we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree.
Okay.
We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more
Surrounded. What a terrible... That's a terrible line.
desperate. A
right
lot of
there.
these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Shock's the only good one
Another
there.
Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Wow.
In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element.
Wait, there's gonna be
You
more...
become a Lightning Archon when you
minion
spend enough
nodes, eh?
mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd
Triggers,
like
I
the Great
sleep.
Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your
Yeah, I'll
gems.
anoint that. What is that, like triple...
Now, another
gold
major
oil
change is
equivalent?
attribute requirements.
Oh,
We felt
thank
like
God.
Players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes,
thank
and
God.
not enough and interesting passives.
Oh,
so we
so
lowered
good.
attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Oh, it's huge.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int.
Thank God.
Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off. But I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet.
Where's the patch
so I think
notes?
it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal.
We gotta do
And to do
crafting?
that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
Yeah, no density on the tree. That's what
As
I'm
you
talking
just
about.
saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a
Yeah,
league,
we do need endgame changes.
which not only has a fresh
I mean,
economy,
maybe
but
Abyss will
also
do it.
has new content exclusively available in that league.
I assume this is the...
So, let's delve into the
Part of the in-game
details of
stuff
what
here.
Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table.
Okay.
The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clarefell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment.
Abyss 2.0.
The townsfolk
2.0.
require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Mortimer. Quite the name. He's a welder.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground.
We don't have to follow the abyss,
As you
surely,
defeat
right?
the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves.
Bro,
as
this...
hordes of abyss will spew out from the pit to take your soul.
Bro, is this literally abyss? Like, what's different? It's just abyss.
If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyss will arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself.
I mean, it
This
looks
means
cool.
the monsters
It looks
emerging
really
will
cool.
generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
Here we go. Crafting. What's the crafting?
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
What the hell was that tornado thing, dude?
Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers.
Dude, these rogue exiles, man. I wish they
Lichborn
didn't pop
exiles even have
heal.
their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
Yeah, this looks really rippy. I'm gonna be honest.
If an
I'm
abyss
playing
spawns
something
near
super
a
tanky.
boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga larvae creature.
Giga
Monsters
larvae.
imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
Okay.
So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League.
Show us
Kill
the crafting.
surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen
Abyssal
Lichborn.
depths. Whoa.
These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
That's great to rare weapon or quiver.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll
Unveil.
encounter a
Betray.
new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice
It's
of
literally
3 different
veils.
modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod,
I mean, I'm
throw
cool
it
with
in,
that.
where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items.
Bro, they
During the
really had that
campaign,
entire animation
you
for
can use
that?
it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods. But
I mean,
during
it's
the
kinda cool.
endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
Man, that weapon's bad.
And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones,
Wait,
you
what?
can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Bruh.
Here are some examples of those mods.
Patches of Mana
You
Siphoner.
always get
What
a
the
choice of
fuck?
3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
What does this actually give you?
With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits
Bro,
in the
this
area,
stuff sounds
making
so
it just a
rippy.
full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
This is gonna be a
There are
rippy
dozens of
league.
these waystone modifiers in total you can get from
Oh
this
god,
craft.
T17 mods.
That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left?
T17
Well,
login.
we talked about how when closing pits, you can get abyssal troves.
Uncle
But
Ruckus.
sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads
Abyssal
to
depths.
the abyssal depths.
It's like- oh,
After
you actually
jumping
jump
into
in.
the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead.
Sick.
When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're
Lichborn.
able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both.
That's a nerf to
Another
Lich.
depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting.
Oh shit.
Additionally,
option.
we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ullaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll
Pinnacle
find an
boss?
ancient spire,
Pinnacle
a
boss.
device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void.
This guy swallows.
Your
Swaller of
goal
light.
is simple.
Swallows.
Kill this commander and
Imagine.
destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and
Is
there
that
are
Darkness
some
Enthroned?
pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets.
Two.
But hold on,
Two?
socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables.
Oh. Helmet.
This one, for example, counts
Yo, that's
as a
kinda cool.
helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that
me
one
too.
is. You can
Yeah, that's,
also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel
Oh.
transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version
Here we go, dude. All right, this is kind
and
of cool.
has multiple depths. The deeper it goes,
All
the
right, that's
more
pretty
of your
cool.
passive tree is affected, allowing you
Here
to
we go
fulfill
again.
your fantasy
Legion.
of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now,
This
the
is kinda
last
sick.
thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop
Cooley
is a
Mac.
Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of
Pinnacle
Souls,
boss.
with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask?
Pinnacle boss.
To jump in.
Oh, let's go.
Items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Ooh, is it Uber? Tell me it's
Along
Uber
with
boss.
the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps.
Alright.
These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
Big boy.
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss with the ability to
That is the
manipulate
boss
storms
from
and
Sanctum.
fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
It's the third boss from Sanctum.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more
That's
epic,
Muddy.
such as the Act
Dude, this
boss
arena
and
looks
final
sick.
bosses of each interlude part,
What the fuck?
it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster,
Why is he showing
who has
maps?
been blessed with the
Hey,
power of a
content's
time
content.
gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes.
I really like this arena a lot. This arena looks
In
sick.
the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom,
Ooh,
where one
Cthulhu.
of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured.
Dude, it's
You
literally
must run
Delve.
the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside?
Yeah, how
Running
do we,
the
Mark?
adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault.
Wait, you need a key?
Or you could just trade for one, I guess.
No,
Use the key
SSF,
to
Mark.
dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports.
Is this the Act
Which,
4
as
boss here?
Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Guru Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact,
Quate.
which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge.
I never did
Activating
this
henge will
this
spawn
league.
bosses.
I haven't run
It's
this
as
map.
simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals
Oh.
good, suffixes equals bad,
True.
iteration isn't quite hitting the mark.
Are they just make it like PoE1? Just
We
make it like
tried
PoE1.
something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more.
Based. Good take.
Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means
Ace.
as you roll your
Good
map,
take.
they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example,
Good change.
the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size,
Oh, they
and
lowered
others
this.
will just have a mixture of everything.
This used to have to be 25.
Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this.
Good.
So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones. But what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in
Cancer
the map,
eyeballs.
Omniphobia, or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This
What are they
creates
doing?
a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
Yeah, that's the same problem they ran into in PoE1.
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters.
Oh.
Upon inserting the
portion of
splinters
them?
into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Nice.
Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels
Uber
are at the
Arbiter.
highest difficulty.
We're going for
Since
first
we're
Uber
talking
Arbiter
about pinnacle content,
and the
we
first
also
Uber
felt that
Act
the
4
leveling
boss.
curve in the late game was a
That's what we're
bit
doing.
too steep.
That's our goal.
We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items.
Better XP?
Let's
Okay.
take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks,
Unarmed.
granting the
Gross.
ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
I mean, it might be good on the monk
Put
with the
simply, literally
hollow palm.
every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful light.
what?
Pair this with the aforementioned hollow palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits, but instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
What?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items.
Sounds good. I don't know if it's
Talking about
enough for
finding
endgame
items
though.
is one thing,
It'll
but
help
what
though
about
for sure.
crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements.
Ooh, this is
Let's
big.
start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular
Essences
essences were
suck.
effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Oh, good. Okay.
We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items.
All right.
For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames,
This
for
is-
example, has a regular variant and a
It's
greater
literally
variant
essences
too,
from PoE1.
adding
I mean,
even
it's
more
a
fire
good
damage with
change.
each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
That's pretty nice.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb
Perfect
instead of a Regal.
essences.
So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful.
Pretty good.
There are many different essences, each with many tiers.
Command, was that
covering
minion?
many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting.
I think there's
projects.
prefix, suffix, omens.
You might
I
have
haven't really
noticed
done
that
much
in
crafting with them
in-game,
though.
You get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful?
Dude, these gifted
At
sub
higher
pop-ups.
levels, you can
stop.
now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation.
Wait,
These
what?
can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated
What?
is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier
Wow.
items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb,
Wow.
Exalted Orb,
This
and
is a good
Chaos Orb,
change.
meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at
So-
normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting
Just like
projects.
PoE1, right?
They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in.
Oh, wow.
And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can
cool.
also get exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but
Guaranteed.
generate a random unique of the same class.
I mean, that's going to be good.
Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your
Sanctify.
next Divine Orb used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values.
Wow.
Raising the ceiling on
What?
the new most powerful rare items in the game.
Wait, can you use that over and over? That's going
This
to be super
omen
rare.
will also cause your item to become sanctified.
Oh, no, that's like...
Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones.
Ah.
So consider carefully when you use this.
Interesting.
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters.
That's sick.
Which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
I hope those are common.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your
Cool.
ritual encounters.
Honestly, the crafting
With the
stuff looks
release
really
of
good.
Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora,
Just gotta
the
play for
Karori
5,000
goddess
hours
of
to find
death,
one?
has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For
Yes,
example,
gotta find one
you'll
now.
know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade.
Yeah, I play SF, dog. I don't...
It's
I don't
finally here.
care about this
The
to be honest,
moment
but-
we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website.
What is that, like PoE
These
0.1 or something?
systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal
So now you can just sell
themselves.
stuff in your shop
Be it
while you're offline?
requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK
Yep,
or just
offline.
can't be
You
bothered.
can sell while you're offline.
In order to finally solve this,
Maybe
and
I'll
this
go
has been
HC
a
trade
long
later in the
time
league.
coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing
Holy
monsters,
FPS, what is this, 10
AFK as they
FPS?
please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter
model?
Ange, assistant to
Right,
Rog
you
in
can
the
upgrade that
Meridian
model,
Free Traders
please.
Company.
She has like
Over
5
the
pixels.
last 2 decades or
Or
so,
5,
since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed
5
down his
polygons.
knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat
That's the
one of
Booba
the
boss.
bosses inhabiting
Well, she
an
turns
island
into like
in
an
Act 4,
ugly creature.
allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout,
I kind of like that
she will
hideout.
now serve as
It's mine.
operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new
Sword?
system work?
Nope. No sword.
In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items.
I'll probably
such as
migrate
exalted
to
orbs or
Trade
chaos
League,
orbs.
Mid League or something, maybe.
Once a price is set,
Try
other
this out.
players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been
Secure
found,
item.
you can hit a button,
Oh,
which
wow.
will instantly teleport your
It
character
just
in-game
teleports
to their
you in-game.
hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods.
Yeah,
in
I'm
case
gonna
there's a
just
good
bounce
deal
immediately.
someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll
Immediately
notice that
bounce.
as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll
Food ain't free.
immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency.
Yeah, this is probably coming
Just
to PoE
go
1.
talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
Yeah, this should solve price fixing completely. I think
As
price
many
fixing should be a
people
thing of the
already
past.
acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs.
Merchants
want.
tabs?
You can do that here on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify,
much
the
is this?
existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We
Wait.
just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback
Wait,
around
so these
this new
they
system
convert?
and are looking forward to trying it out
They
with you.
convert premium tabs to merchant
As we are
tabs? They
not
converted,
able to
right?
test internally with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready. So
Nice.
any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter
Honestly,
packs.
patch looks really good.
Today,
really,
we're
really good.
launching two new series
The
of
only thing
supporter
I wish they
packs.
expanded on more was the endgame a
Justice
little bit more.
and Trathan Executioner packs.
They added some endgame stuff. I don't know if it's
Each
enough,
tier
but we'll see.
contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's
like this.
power or progression in any
Wait,
way.
well, you can't use it in PoE 1, can you?
The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Dude, this...
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal.
I mean, there's
The
there's quite a bit of
Sphinx
endgame
Mystic
stuff,
hideout
like
decoration
crafting,
will identify
Abyss,
items for you, displaying them as it does so.
a lot of new map type stuff.
This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the
This is like some
eons,
fucking weird
so has
alien
some
giraffe.
Strong
It's like
expressions
out of
to
Star
make on
Wars.
the quality of your wares.
League is a DOA, yeah, I don't know
Become
about
a
that.
true warrior,
This is
worthy of
not an
delivering
attractive
the justice of the eternal
supporter pack.
gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set.
Yep, new Pinnacle boss as well,
This armor
potentially, it
set
looks like.
also comes with a matching back
I'm logging in.
attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique
And we get
enemies.
patch notes early this time?
Witness as she
That was a big
decides
problem
the fate
last
of your
league.
slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
PoE1 mass ID. Oh no, I missed that. We get mass ID, that's nice.
The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclaws.
Wait, we already had mass ID in PoE2, right? They're adding it to
Take your
PoE1?
place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk
Oh.
off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
Helena. Wait,
The The Trathan
For a
Executioner
price?
pack series also
What is
contains
this?
6 exclusive microtransactions.
She charges?
The Trathan Executioner finisher
That's some
effect is a
bullshit.
brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet.
Oh, it costs
It has
wisdom
taken a
scrolls.
particular
Okay, I thought it was like
liking to the
gold or
taste of other
something.
pets.
Okay,
And
that's
at
good.
your
That's
command,
good
it will
change.
swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their
I would fuck with this one.
mercenaries, but if their
I don't
hired
want the
hands
blood, though.
became notably irritating,
So
they'd
the hat
have to
looks kinda
call in
weird.
the
It's like a beetle.
Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter
Dude, I don't
continues.
need all the blood, man.
Both
Can I
this
turn the
effect
blood
and
off?
The cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how
I guess
much blood
you
is
don't
shown.
lose the cloak, right?
After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration.
Goblins, straight
They'll
up.
definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus.
That's kind of cool.
Each map you open will execute the next victims.
Really?
This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill
Wait,
streak
what?
up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard, so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the
Wait,
end
it's
of each
actually a
map.
leaderboard?
Additionally,
$90?
Any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
$90?
That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into
Bro.
the Q&A. But firstly,
Yeah, if it works
I want
in
to give a
2v1,
huge thank you for your ongoing support.
We might be talking.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 a.m.
All right.
NZ time, or 4 p.m. Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes.
All right, patch notes in 50 minutes.
With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release.
All right.
Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Oh, you're right. It is in 2 hours. Dude, wait. They're not going to spend 1:50 talking, are they? Surely not.
Also be
Hello, and welcome back, Exiles.
The audio's like way too low.
We now have a suitably juicy Q&A
Bro.
session for you. Probably like 2 hours or something, so grab a
Like
cup,
underwater.
grab a snack and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to
Who say
discuss
you gotta get a new audio
what?
guy.
The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the
Who's
goal.
your audio
I mean,
guy?
We didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. We need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of you know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is, you know, having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a like, you know, what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who, you know, are not necessarily the in-game players as well, because you've got all of the, you know, the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah,
and I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there.
Yeah,
like, this
we
is
had
tier
a
one,
tier list of changes.
We
like,
actually fully
yeah.
of every problem, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, there were things in there like, you know, performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual, you know, game content.
I mean,
and all
the
this kind
very
of stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was, you know, campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one.
True.
That was like, you know, we got to solve
word.
that. So you know, things like that were just like we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, well, a lot. You know, and I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there.
I can't believe we're reading
However,
5 tiers of
obviously, you know,
supports
as we watched
now.
in Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. You know,
I hope-
we had a plan. It was on the
Towers?
list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So
It's over.
It's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
I hope these
So
stack,
we'll
man.
kind of
Like, not having these
discuss around
stacks got
visions
really annoying.
of the end game soon as well.
The
So we
uncut.
can say, give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have Druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like,
This thing's insane.
we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead.
You think the craft
that's what we
changes are
ended up doing. Obviously,
underwhelming?
it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class. Like it feels really terrible.
Yeah.
I think it'll
we've got
be,
the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the.
I think it'll be
release month
enough
that we say
for
we're gonna
now.
be in. So therefore, something had to.
It's not
go,
enough to, like,
and
compete with
unfortunately,
PoE1,
that
not
was
even
it.
close,
But,
but-
it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we.
It sounds like you can just work on an item over time and make it better and better.
There was so much stuff that
which
was
I'm
like,
down
even
for.
as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously we've got
The drop
answers
rate
to
is
stuff,
on
right?
this.
I imagine for druid,
Probably 10%, 5%.
It's a big part of it's just the fact that the shape shifting, getting it looking and feeling.
Yeah,
right,
yeah, no,
is
I mean
probably
it's
really,
a huge
really
deal.
challenging, right?
It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So
So we'll have Druid next league, surely, right? If we don't,
Yeah, it seems
it's
like
over.
is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be, yeah,
I think it will be.
yeah.
you're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
That is
class
true.
too, which
That
is
is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
helping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see?
It's gonna be
who ends
sword.
up
Well,
almost
I've always
finished?
said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So
True.
that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind
a
of a
little
pretty
bit
glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
swords.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say
It
that
is
would be.
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
So
so
weird.
unusual.
It's real weird.
Can be
So that
Druid,
would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
Duelist,
People
and
can
Templar.
infer from that some sort of duelist. or
Templar for
something,
release.
most likely being
Yeah.
the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and
Right.
and doing something with towers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of
patch
bosses.
looks really good.
Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones.
The exception
that we
is
added to
Endgame
the
probably could have got a bit more,
have
but
some
everything else
way-
looks
some
really
new
good,
mechanic
honestly.
for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you've got that, you need to start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But yeah, it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So, but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part. Like that's still a problem that we want to improve. But yeah, like it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like, obviously when you start, you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying
And
to
just a
solve.
lack of direction, right?
Campaign has sprinting
There's not
and
enough, like, really guiding you. Like, the
have
narrative
to
kind of
redo,
falls
like,
apart
Cruel and all
there,
that.
right? Because it's just like open world,
And they're
you
buffing
want a
everything, it
bit
looks like.
more of,
Early game.
telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed
reminds
to
me
like,
of
I
Crucible
could do
Totem
this or
Explode.
this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do.
Yeah.
The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff.
Sounds
in there. We have a
insane.
huge plan, but again, it's like, yeah, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because
Based.
it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
And
like,
of course, you got the league now in endgame as
yep,
well.
and of course there's
It's
a league
not-
there too.
The Wisps were Wisps, sure. Wasn't
Yeah.
really a league.
Yep.
It's kind of just like, wasn't,
Not a full-fledged
not what we've
league
done
mechanic.
before.
I didn't
And
even do
a
the
lot of people
Wisps.
in PoE2
It's
may
too
not
dangerous
really
in
even know
HC.
what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of end game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
So,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have
29th?
specific interactions with basically everything else.
We have 9 days.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get
2,
a
3.
special boss
Yeah.
based on the rogue exile. So
Yep, 9 days.
that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there.
That's next Friday, I think.
It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed, but it's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yep.
We, depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole, again, more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE1. I'll over-explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later. And then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree. Because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the Waystone crafting.
You did an
so-
experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly
bit
like the
different
result
because it's
so
not
much.
a separate tree, and
Right.
that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt
Yeah.
like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree,
Nice.
but I just did it through the Waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the
100%.
040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded. And it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well,
the
that's
boss
what I'm talking
difficulty.
about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah,
right?
and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you even
some of them, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night, and thus it wasn't in the
Ongoing,
live stream
right
accurately.
now.
It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now, I wanted to change it so that you can get, like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now,
good change.
which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But
with another
yeah,
list, so.
we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that
Great.
stuff earlier, all
Yeah.
that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Door of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration, with the new unique maps, and even towers. I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal? Is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But
Next
yeah,
league
it's something
towers
that, we
revamped
understand the problem,
confirmed.
I would say. Like I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So
the vision part's
to keep that
dope.
and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well,
have issue
I
with
mean,
this
I
right
still
now.
want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
Yeah,
So,
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Like effectively, it's like okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like okay, well I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like the reason you have random drops is because like any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you
Every
need
chest
that, like,
you don't
random
open
element more. So
has some
there
mage
needs to
blood
be
in
some
it.
adjustment to make that better.
Yeah, do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't like when it already sucks, as I said. Like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like there will need to be some approach to solving making it more controllable, more deterministic in some way, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So, somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that like you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like that's way more
the
interesting.
damage on
And
this
as I
is
said, that stuff,
terrible.
the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area,
8-second
it means that
cooldown.
you don't have the ability to say, okay, well this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that always
Seems
drops
really
a unique or
mean.
something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect.
Right.
Yeah, we need more in-game stuff. Sounds like next league is going to be the end game patch.
Already felt like a big improvement with that.
There's
last
enough
one,
here though to have fun with it for I think for a couple weeks at
mechanics
least.
and things scattered
Minimum.
in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more.
I'm looking
going on.
forward to an HCS stuff.
We
Sounds
did
like
what we
fun.
could, 100%.
New crafting's nice.
040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there. It's
Towers are whack.
We wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was expected when
What
we
is
got to
this?
that section. to
Adds
see a
cold
bunch
damage
of-
to spells. Is this part of the ice armor?
I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one.
I don't understand this.
We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making.
Does that mean
more
we're getting
acts
Act
to
5 and
solve the
6 together
problem.
at the same time?
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that okay, so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like each one of them is like a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way. There's new areas along the way, but all of that
trading
stuff
should be
we can use in
interesting.
in-game as well.
I'll try HC
so that
trade at
means
some
we're not
point in
kind
the
of
week,
wasting the
test it
arts. The
out.
only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that. And ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something.
The Blood Mage is going to be
quick.
busted.
And, it won't
if they
necessarily
didn't
hold
nerf
up
anything
for, like,
around
years
like
and
the other
years,
nodes.
but it will certainly
Maybe
be
they
good
did,
enough
though.
for just like for for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of crawl. I mean, like we never wanted crawl to exist, right? It existed as a compromise.
Yeah.
So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
Yeah, there was something. You get to the Act 1 crawl and you're like, I've know all this content. You're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good. And then you're like, doing all this again.
Wears off quickly,
It's just like a little bit like. Just you can do it. At that point you're like, just get me to end game, like Whereas when you're playing through, the new acts, like it feels, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and it's not that just like I just did this like. For, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. It's like just too short of a time. Where But one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's three of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order?
Yep, you can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other two. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from one.
Endgame enjoy?
Where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is, do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox.
Freeze, Ignite, and
Shock.
Shock.
Portion of it there. And that's
kind of
super
good.
interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog. The repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds.
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were?
Yeah,
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses we've kept we'll still have the resistances that you got before. But some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different, because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that, that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm not gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts, because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it. Find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones.
I
But
think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about.
Okay.
So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
a bit of a discovery
but
process.
like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Yeah, get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
The all 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah.
Isn't this huge?
Cool.
Negative 46 elements?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
Probably.
left and right.
I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, 60% pick rate for the first option.
This is so high.
Left to right's most likely. Yeah.
It makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
One of those islands, like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area, kind of thing. It's like a because.
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
Okay, I'll have to figure that one out.
How is this so high?
someone will do it, figure it out.
It went from negative 29 to
make the
negative
progression
46.
guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things.
And this
fresh
is a
long
level
term.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a good reason
7
to do it.
gem.
It doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4
It's
was
almost a
planned
double.
to have a
What's going on here?
new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here. So
Yeah,
not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the
understand
place
this.
where that is happening.
Okay.
But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But yeah, later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision.
Yeah.
But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
It's if it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So,
Wow.
guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next
It
league
applies
then,
more
it sounds
exposure per pulse.
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this
Yeah,
point
fair
we're
enough.
in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones
Yeah,
by a very
very
significant
different.
margin. So I think that'll be that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will
You'll
be
get
able to do
6
it that
points
way, but if
that
you
way?
want to do other, I mean, yeah, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6
Guess not.
months that way.
I
Like they're
guess
quite
not.
rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth
But,
one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of
I
level.
kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before,
Right.
where we had, whereas like right at end game you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
Yeah,
and things
yeah.
like
So we
that.
did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times.
Yeah.
So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it
all the time.
You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you can skip past them.
There were a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills, you get animation cancelling, you got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like there's a simpler way to now close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit better. For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's obviously dodge rolling is improved. The mercenary like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
I believe
feels terrible.
It was the 020 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it. Because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released. So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster. You know, like you're just overall more mobile. You know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a thing, a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay.
Why did they move this wheel, bro? This is the present spirit wheel. Why did they move this?
Not meaning you didn't have to compromise.
Fucking
on,
cooked.
Like, combat and that, and that was a big.
I guess you just have to take the CS now.
Combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, we tried it. It works. That's really it comes down to, right? So, that as long as that's the case, then then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where we're just, it's all just like, even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually having to think once in a while, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of one per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there is just that, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of, I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. It's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in
make the
character builds and
build making much easier, more interesting.
That change is a huge one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But
the attribute change is so good.
It feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War.
157.
That's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about.
Right, yeah.
But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one, because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like... okay, so something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though. Like this change. Like I've been playing warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change. The faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
Weapon swap's so big.
It's the sum of all these small individual things, and then honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class, but it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason giving people, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it. But Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely.
That's what that was on the player.
There's like a bunch of changes just all through like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element, so you're never going to use cross element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged we merged cast on shock, ignite, and freeze into single.
We did. So
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right. So literally, we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually
looks like
try to
Shaper
improve
Touch
that, right?
from T17s.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you
literally
want.
what that is.
Of course, right? But yet now, if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool, because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, like, you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that, like, we really want to make sure that it actually works. But so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because like
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah,
You're wasting
exactly.
time.
But you know, like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all-in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all, you know, a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like, if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher. And once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means if you use a level 1 flame wall, use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore. Really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
So don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so,
it's finally a good solve for that instead of being.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes... we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like a extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because, you know, once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss.
Changes look really good.
Right.
I was hoping for a bit more endgame stuff, but everything else.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consume days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt.
Wait, you can get +4 bow proj with this?
Like instant application too.
Yes.
Well,
that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it.
That sounds crazy.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? Like it never really made any sense.
That's the other ones.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for
Soul
you guys.
Course.
So, huge huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something.
discover 'em.
There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that okay. So, well, first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to like because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, oh, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue was that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished. Right. Because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already
That's
done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an
Dota
option.
Plus.
There's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search
martial tempo.
There's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it
Oh,
called?
God,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Impossible.
Whatever. Google it.
Yeah.
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah,
that's what it needs to be like.
No, but pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah.
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this, so many people must be struggling with this. Like I went to build
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, and lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at in game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, oh, this build guide says, this is the thing to use here, so and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since
We still have an hour till patch notes, really.
We're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like creates a build, even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's like, I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that, because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. There's not many games like that really that.
I don't really think I get that as much from PoE1 anymore, but PoE2 is getting that.
I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shakeup that happens,
Yeah.
Did they say we can use multiple weapon swaps on one weapon now?
With the
Did they change? Did they add that?
Things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6 link and how hard it is to do that and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
Official term.
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the idea is that it's we're getting rid of the crap you don't want and kind of making higher better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of but they're turning instead into higher level ones.
This is going to make attributes even worse.
That will change the game a little bit. Now, I don't know if we're going to have that
offset
exactly
the attribute reductions
right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are, to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff, because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as
you
well.
You can
so
down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
If you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so they can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. That's there.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Yeah, nice.
I'll be right back with
So, kind of on the topic of the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of expectation for when a player would have one 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, for the 5, we did add a few more specific drops around during the campaign, and a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of supposed to be the peak, top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 021.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which
of a
was a decent time into
Yeah,
the O2X, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like, we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning, that's still a thing, right? Like, we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, like, the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not exactly
meant to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that O2X, when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83, like in PoE1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
And
gems.
so the drop levels of drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
and so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
So
access, okay, it's
we went back and we were like, I'm just in a -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. So that was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also, inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually, what we've done is taken all the wand, staff, skills, and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems, dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well. And then you can get with the uniques, you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20. And so you're going to get this like kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect,
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional.
sockets.
Yeah. And the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have
immediately
been reasonably
got the
effective.
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh, cool,
For those who were at the OG or the
from back
second
in the day.
Exile Con.
From way back in the day.
So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and so since
There are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover. In there, like just balance things and stuff.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementals, it seems.
every class got changes.
Yeah.
I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one
big
that we
patch
were
notes
like
coming
some
later
less,
today, then.
sure, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
Yeah. So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one.
Yeah. So effectively you get
So
now
those
there's
aren't
effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in
have,
mind
like,
we've sort of
different
rearranged
effects
everything, right? Because what we've got is things that level up. So effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
Yeah.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
Well, like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then end game for essences. So like there's a lot of you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels in general?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction.
Thank goodness.
We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another. You were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of end-game builds, especially, ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, oh, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling. Around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like,
I mean, everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were. Changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for Leech applying to Elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can speak into some Leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with Leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with. To at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously, so that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable. And, all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have, all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like, and then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than, whatever, some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So, missed the mark for sure on that one, but, it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now, yeah.
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have the system. Let's just bloody get it done, so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as like issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test, because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like ×4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then like, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving the map. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when
your crafting's gonna be so much better.
Like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy
Depending
a
on
whole
how common these are.
gear, like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So
I'm gonna play HCSSF on launch, I'm pretty sure, and then
we don't get like
migrate HC trade
hyperinflation or something
a few weeks in maybe
like that. And if we can achieve that, that'd be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I asked you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like, seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter.
It said perfect results are super rare.
That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this is a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So yeah, normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs.
Are omens only from ritual? That's the only place they come from, right?
Whatever. It was like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
it's kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the.
Can they actually drop from non-ritual?
Yeah. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which would be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items, and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
so popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively
like.
there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So
sense.
effectively,
They can't take all
that
your
means
slots.
that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't
You have to do
someone can't
ritual.
stop you from being able to map or something just
Yeah.
because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to
We're
iron
pretty
them out.
creative
But
with that.
okay, but one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again,
Yeah.
just to give people a chance
You can't be sitting there going,
Yeah.
oh my god, too many people are joining.
Yeah,
Remove
then
the
remove
item.
it again. Right, that's
Nah,
what it-
you're done.
and I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown
Yes.
when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So
Yeah.
once
That's
again,
funny.
I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. Like, but we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like, because you
Yeah.
can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout.
Yep.
If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you know you're probably doing things right. you know?
right.
But yes, no change of none of that
And the bait and
repricing.
switch, the bait and switch will
repricing,
be,
yes.
is gone, right? Because like
Oh.
when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price,
Never-
right? Like you must sell. You
No
must
more
sell for that.
price
Someone's going to
fixing.
buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5C. And
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But
5C
yes,
again.
on the other
Still
hand,
want to buy it.
on the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to
I
learn.
know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah, yeah.
It's cool. So it's almost like a bigger fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side
Right.
of things. That was often mentioned,
Yep, yep,
memed
yep.
about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging
yes,
people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout, like there's going to be that
And
kind
they
of
get
like
to
presence of
they get to
people.
check out your kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
Yes, I love that.
It's
True.
also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly,
And put your
right?
cool hideout decos, and
Yeah,
you
like
know.
so.
we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards.
Yeah, yeah.
And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and
Yeah.
people
It's
not in your
like-
party,
yeah,
they
yeah,
won't.
yeah.
So
It's
you can
like a
have a little,
bouncer.
you can have a little
Yes.
trading.
Yeah, you can have the
your
VIP
trading
area of a
section.
hideout. The VIP area where
It is advertising the Hideout MTX song.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in
Oh
there.
my god.
Smart.
So you can sit behind your security, just
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it.
I wonder how many stats tabs when you convert to a trade
never
thing,
before
a merchant
would I,
tab.
like, looked through
Like
a
2?
seller's,
3?
like other listings.
2 or 3.
But now, like, yeah, a lot of time I'm just gonna go there and buy the highlighted item. But
Well,
I'm gonna be
if they were
curious,
silly
what's
enough to
that?
sell it for that cheap, what about their
What
other
are
items?
their other
But also,
items,
but even stuff like
buy
the
5 things.
even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure it
tab-
says, yeah. So you're like getting the nice
Oh, no.
organized organization and like color scheming and everything.
Yeah, you don't wanna
right?
overdo
So
it and have,
people
like, 8
can,
tabs.
you know.
People's ASCII art.
Yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay.
what
No,
items
I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately.
Yes, you probably should.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
What have I got? What do I get?
Before work, go run to your
Yeah,
computer,
what
just
currency
quickly
do I
log in,
get while I
and,
was
and then you
asleep?
get nothing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
I like the idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah.
Like hideouts
Yeah.
are doing it too, like just browsing what cool items they got.
Yeah.
It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, oh, it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process? It's
Well,
like,
thankfully,
you can't
we're
go back
in-
now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept,
Yeah.
it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And
Yeah.
also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE2 before we look at putting it into PoE1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for PoE1, and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the
I
details
think I have
right.
13
But I am
premium
almost
stash
certain that
jobs.
it'll have
Yeah,
to
I'll
go
do like
to
2 or
PoE1.
3.
There's no way people won't.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It'll have to go, but
No,
we-
it
yeah,
will-
but
it
at
will-
least
it
we'll
will.
get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
I mean,
oh,
ultimately that.
well,
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the point, but
Yeah.
ultimately yes.
You're right,
it's a thing.
hell yeah,
But
same
it
here,
already
dude.
is kind
Looks
of a thing.
good.
Like
Yeah.
there's already.
I want
stuff
patch
that
notes.
obviously goes on with this.
I wanna make a
really
build.
Changes too much.
Yeah,
Or two.
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think,
Ready.
a fair bit about arbitrage and
Right.
how this kind of stuff plays out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the
yes.
deterrent,
It's-
right? It'll
yeah.
stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Yeah,
Right.
you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours into
Right.
be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades.
Did they say anything about if we can do weapon swap using one weapon now?
And,
they said they were going to do that last week. They never put it in.
Earlier discussions about this.
I hope they put that in.
You didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh well, tier 1 uniques like cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques, they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you'll actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in PoE1, I imagine.
Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right, so you can't sell a chaos orb.
Nah, just start SSF and then
yeah, exactly.
Just migrate later.
For
That's what I'm gonna do.
stackables, you know, stuff that isn't modular.
It would be cool to see
then,
the economy evolve
goes in
on
here.
launch.
So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
SSF login.
So, we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there. So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, you know, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. Yeah, that's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term PoE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So
a quad tab
you can
main.
fully just convert them.
Quad
and that
tabs
is why it's also just as important to work in PoE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not.
Wait, can you do quad tab merchant tabs?
Where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience, because, like, you know, the typing, like web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So, like, if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have something in game.
Console.
And
Necropolis sold so many quad tabs.
It's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
like,
a
console control, typing text with a console control is just fundamentally crap, right? So, like, you know, like typing with a phone is just easy.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these searches.
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that, like, it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
it is a feature that we will do.
It
is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can like push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, you know, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess. You mentioned that, like, there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, yeah, like, obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, you know, when's Awaken trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day.
You think they're nuking?
It
Yes.
certainly opens the door to it. Like, you know, I wouldn't.
I can see them toning down a little bit.
Happen. Like, there's stuff that we could do there, but yeah, like,
hopefully they don't nuke it.
There's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like,
honestly,
it's
removing
kind of one of
room
those things
fees.
that I'd look at a bit later. But yeah, it's obviously
pretty big
something
for it already.
It's all under consideration.
Because recovering is kind of hard.
Very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, you know, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use
so big
applications
attributes.
and stuff like that. you
Thank
know,
goodness.
not to say Awakened Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously are a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. You know, it gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, you know, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and you know, that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal.
I could see ES and
one
deflect.
step at a time.
ES plus
You know, this is a big
deflect
step,
being like
but
busted.
we'll see what's
I
next.
think that's what's gonna
after we
happen.
test this out, let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE1, you know, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade
Deflect's
system
gonna be
reveals
bad
its
still,
problems.
probably,
Maybe
yeah.
that's just the next problem.
We'll see though.
Yeah.
See.
Another question here is like, when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout.
Whatever's
it's
we're
like,
doing a
is
basic
that locked in and
campaign.
other people can't then
Probably
click
only
it?
if you're weak or
no,
under level.
they
It's
mod
not
weak.
touching
It
it.
is technically a race, yes. We'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine.
Wait, what do you
But
say?
yeah, that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals, and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better
Yeah.
in this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm
No
hoping
shot.
is going to go well. Obviously,
Faster
when you make
loads.
changes, it can be
Worth
things
bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. You know, we've the
No
goal is obviously
shot.
making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment.
Okay.
But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So
a good change
things
as well.
should be better in this regard. I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But still more to do. But that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And
I wonder how hard
one of the
Argo
other
1
things
is.
that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun.
In HC?
Yeah, I know it's very annoying, but
I don't know. He
that's
still might be.
the,
He's probably still one shot in
life,
this.
unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But hopefully the full OS freezers will we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
Right, so that's the other thing, of
getting
course, is
hammered.
all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much
Well,
non-stop
HP.
on trying to deal with that
I
problem.
imagine you still
so
get
effectively
a
what we've done is we've actually retired
the
some
line
server
intermission
hosts
at
that
least
just
once, though,
weren't
right?
able to
Pretty much no matter
be
what.
sorted out.
I would guess.
We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. It's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
Yeah, it's huge.
So patch notes,
we
bro.
made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations.
Well, I mean,
that
he
we
has the
couldn't find
DR at the start of the
adequate
fight, right?
solution for that had to get
For
cut
a good while.
But we've tried to make sure there's other options with just as almost as low latency nearby.
Yeah,
and
another
overall,
25
things
minutes
should
or
just
so.
be
They might do it
significantly
before- early
improved
though,
over
maybe.
what we've had in the past. So yeah,
If we're lucky.
it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
You feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual anti-DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, we
Gotcha.
do this type of DDoS against ourselves. Like, this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing.
Yeah, we need to see patch notes, see what kind of damage we're going to be doing, I guess.
It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with the new trade stuff? Is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had any time for tutorialization of this stuff.
Yeah.
So
Is it
we'll have
something
to
you wanna
see.
do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes. Yeah, like
Super slow.
We'll have to see for that. But yeah, like it's to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like,
I mean, all you gotta do is roll the wrong way and you're dead.
At some point, but
yeah,
the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people.
It's not hard to roll the opposite
them,
direction on accident.
We'll get the we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big.
Yeah.
What do we need to tutorialize again?
Yeah.
You know,
Maybe like a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you've literally
then they literally won't. So,
Yeah, I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but sometimes
Arbiter 1 might be harder.
Tutorializing the trade system might be a
maybe
little
like
bit more intuitive and easy.
Equivalent to Arbiter 2 now or something.
Yeah, just saying once we have an in-game search.
I wouldn't have even said to do it
Point
before.
two?
Didn't.
I don't think I did.
You go to this site and do this.
Also, if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
But for purchasing, right? Like I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
I might need to rebind my dodge roll with the sprint. Maybe, I don't know. It's gonna be weird.
So another thing is in PoE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the
it's a bit weird.
When we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier.
Why not just give us a sprint button?
Partly to add stuff in the
Probably
middle
for
between,
consoles.
more stuff in the middle between divine.
Just give us a sprint button for real.
But also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropped.
Maybe just give us another bind.
A little bit of thinking around that.
A sprint bind as well.
But also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's something that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue and why? And
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, oh yeah, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too, like maybe divines become even more valuable. I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem, but I don't know.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game hyped trade rate will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time. So that'll
it's literally a controller change, isn't it?
We'll see how that works out too.
Just give us an optional other bind.
So when you look at the number,
just give us like
169, you're like,
you can hold
I'm curious, like,
dodge roll if you want, or just press the sprint button.
I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena. It's
well,
that's the way it is.
Your average player, like it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's there is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. You still at least that feels like something.
Right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or...
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like I don't know use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your own exchange? It's just sort of
Nigga.
Thank you.
awkwardness.
Ange probably would let you. I think that'll work.
It'd be cool
Can
if
you
you
use the
could use
currency exchange in the other person's hideout? It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I
don't think you
actually
can.
genuinely don't remember if
Yeah,
you
I
can
don't know.
use
I
other
don't
people's
think-
ones,
I
but there's
think
no
you can,
reason
but-
there's no reason you shouldn't be able
That
to.
would be
Yeah, we
good.
can make
I
that
feel
work.
like that'd be good if not. So
can make it work.
Might be just a
I
little
don't
bit.
know if I've ever even
You
tried
can?
to do
Chat
that.
says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can,
Oh,
you
good.
can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely,
Yeah.
I'm like, have
Well,
I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my
Yeah.
hideout. Like,
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
we
okay.
moved it to her.
And they're wait, are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's Much.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to identify
Yes, that's a
stuff.
different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
Yeah. No, that's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it,
That purple monkey
you don't have
boss
to get
looks
your
so
hideout in
sick,
game
dude.
now, or from buying a micro.
Oh, I like that
guess.
boss a lot.
And now you get it in Act 4. She's there
Monkey
straight away.
man.
You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
Great.
I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it. And
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
For the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep. Okay.
But the
Yeah,
subsequent
and then you
playthroughs,
get your
you can.
hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Wait, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league,
same league.
Per league,
Oh, yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to.
like sign
Per
on.
league,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to have fair ground with
Yeah.
new players and existing. You
Yeah.
have to unlock it at the same point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot.
Attributes
of
in the
buffs
support
and
gem change will help a
stuff, so
lot.
that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
Nah, we
Spectral
did
Throw?
Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone. Maybe Spectral Throw.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah. Okay.
Or something like that. Yeah.
It was like so maybe.
So we're not
maybe
quite
one
there.
or two other times. Not quite there, but obviously
It's
that's
just as bad. It's just
that's
as
the
bad.
extreme
To be
end.
fair, that's I'm only encountering one class there. Actually, Lightning Spear is
An armor
across
mark.
many
It does look kinda
classes, so,
cool.
Oh, yeah,
maybe it
yeah.
is the worst it's ever been.
'Cause
And
that's
you can,
that's
it's
just
like
the
you skill
gem
damage
itself.
with ES as well.
True. Well, either way, it's bad.
Kind of sick. With a hollow palm.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do
Like
you
a-
feel that's
a
like
baby
problem?
ephemeral
It's
edge.
obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult
And
thing
I
to
just
do.
the mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality is that
Oh,
we get
they-
crucified for them, absolutely crucified. Like it's
If you get on it fast
if you get
enough,
on it, yes, you have to get on it so fast basically to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can
invested
find it, but
themselves.
if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say how do you not know about it for 3 days. If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and
Right,
everyone
right,
starts
yeah.
doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and
Yeah.
like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend. If certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance.
Yeah, I mean, we have like what
Jonathan
20
Ryan,
new
stuff like
notables
that,
for every
obviously,
archetype, basically. Was what they said on the
support other
tree.
People forward, like you get our people.
Apparently the pathing's gonna be a little
staff
different
are
now.
playing and all that. So like this stuff does get
Maybe?
around, and we do learn
Maybe
about
not.
it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like, look at all of these bad builds. Like why, like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like, we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, you know, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and yeah, in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, you know, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that,
yeah, you're brain damage.
But like there are, you know, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong.
Last
number
quarter,
of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them.
A lot of the last quarter was like crafting
stuff. I'm sure
a lot of new crafting stuff.
And hopefully it's not 47%. And hopefully that number's less. And over the time, you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And you know, but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you know, you could say competitive to some degree within some threshold. But it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me
there's your unarmed monk gloves right there.
And I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time.
10% of damage is extra lightning damage while unarmed.
Oh, that is a real terrible feeling to have. And so, you know, making it that you don't, like, if the worst was only slightly worse than, you know, the best, you know, slightly, you know, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not, you know,
25 chaos res.
At least you don't feel absolutely
really
terrible
nice.
about it when someone, but when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's like, I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong
crafting looks pretty good. I'm excited for it. It's not going to be, it's not like PoE1 level or anything, but it should keep us.
Really,
you can work on items over time now. It's really nice.
You don't bring up the floor.
It's not just like, oh, exalt. Oh, it's shit. Exalt. Oh, it's shit.
You know what is a 0.1 second boss
fight
when
better,
it's now 0.09 second boss fight. You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
Don't want PoE1 crafting back at all.
So much,
I'd like PoE1 crafting, but maybe just a little bit less complexity.
Even assess that whatever changes
it doesn't need to be that complex. Like I like PoE1 crafting with like 30% less complexity, maybe.
When something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like
shield and be unarmed?
Something is looking like
I think so. Yeah, should be able to.
Lightning spear again in the future. That would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything.
You can't necessarily tell because at the point where like it's what Mark said earlier. Like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong. And you don't like by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items.
They've
invested their wealth
stuff, right? Like you
and now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point.
And
the essence changes are pretty nice.
Drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
that literally all of them pretty good.
Well, probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good. But they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away is brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like,
wow, wait,
for you guys, because on the flip side,
with two of these, you can only use one.
Still happens there.
It's like 6% less damage taken from deflected hits.
There were less
for a total of what, 46%?
To see what
Yeah.
the like disparities were.
That's crazy good.
And so like I feel like as more
Yeah, if you put it in the
information
belt.
is there, like people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously
Man,
did.
deflection looks strong as fuck.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually I think does exacerbate it a little
Quantifiable.
bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially when we're like
deflection might
like
be the way
early
to
PoE1
go.
had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening here. So. But yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
Com crafting fuel
Guaranteed
that
crit
eats
flask.
ass.
Yeah, yeah.
With your 1500
That
crit
restores
multi.
charges on crit.
Right, right.
Not ideal. I don't mind it that much.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general.
Farming
as well.
farming for
Like,
recom is even harder now
do you guys
though.
look-
After like
are you looking at a
some
lot
of
of
the loot
like
nerfs.
leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes? In
that.
some cases, for some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds, where spellcasters are doing it. Is there a point where you?
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I don't
Oh,
really
the
necessarily look at
Recombinator.
the skills like this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to
I
me,
don't know
they need
anything
to
about
serve both
PoE2 Recombinator. I
purposes,
didn't really
and,
play much
like,
last week.
when we're looking at skills, we're like,
I need to
can
look
this
into
go
that.
to in-game? But of course, it also has, is it fun?
And then like whittling.
in campaign, like both of those need to be
fuck
true. I
is it,
wouldn't, I
Omen of
wouldn't
Whittling?
like classify one skill or another as fitting into one of
Okay.
those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of like aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good?
The
then? So you're
lowest
not
level
kinda, like, feeling
modifier.
like there's only one way to level a certain character.
I
or
mean,
something like that?
as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing
it's a
here,
tall
right?
order. You know, not always the design makes
Well, it's
sense
like
early
with
on.
the monk, for
Some skills.
example. You know, lightning,
per day.
ice, clearly better than the wind
Right.
physical version, right? And
Yeah.
so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're play which whatever. They were playing lightning, and yeah, the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes, and so
feel like
we
you have to
focus
farm
on a
ritual
lot of
on.
those. We looked at like, look, these aren't being played, and why.
I mean, maybe not so much
Let's see if
anymore
we can
with
get them
the
to be
new crafting
played
stuff.
competitively with the things that
it's less
people are
required.
playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean things like sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something.
Yeah, I don't think
way
they liked
more
us farming
drastic.
essence in yellow maps
You know,
or
so
even
that's
white maps.
Not just
That
like
was pretty strong
bring
back
up
then.
cold a bit. It's
Not
kind of
having to
like,
like go into high
alright,
tiers.
we
I
need
don't
to
think they
do
like that.
something crazy here and just like shift everything and
Undetected.
pivot, and now we've got something that's a kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway, but yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and
fun.
a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, it's all, there's like so
Night
much
1,
going
night
on there though.
3.
It's like there are so many variables
shit.
changing
Damn.
that it's almost impossible to predict.
What a
is
huge
even gonna
upgrade
happen
this
here,
is.
though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like
Finished characters.
but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to
I mean,
happen.
you might be able to just like perfect
so,
result your way to good
we'll
items
see.
now. Maybe.
I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no
Yeah.
idea. I'm like, I don't know.
I was struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I
warrior
said
stuff.
I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the
Ah,
worst
you gotta
class is so
wait
that I
and
can
see
play it.
what,
Yeah.
what people aren't playing.
Yeah, which because I have to work on release day because
you got a chance, nice.
trying to make sure everything's stable and thing and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
Yeah, you like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one.
Dude, the power. I'm really surprised at the power upgrade here
speaking
from
of
Ignite 1 to
worst
Ignite
ones,
3.
on the
That's
topic of like defenses. We had a
huge.
lot of discussion about armor and how good it is.
Oh, damn.
And it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good.
For
do you
mod,
think
for
that
sure.
there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were
Farming
looking at
low-level
it as a
gems? No,
whole
they
and
didn't mention it.
deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's when we were looking at like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part.
Smith of Catava was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and thus go Smith of Catava. So like, well, hold on, we need to make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Catava to get the insane high max res.
Dude, Smith of Catava is busted. How'd they nerf that?
Sure.
Nerf it and bring up other defenses.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, like there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
What's available at level 1?
Where like energy shield,
I don't think so.
Just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence and use and a bunch of stuff
but
there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so
tier 2
there's
supports.
lots of changes around all of this. But
in Act 2, I think.
And next in the,
but I don't think they're all available at level 1.
The energy shield, it's a challenging one because it's
but it's probably gonna be a bit better,
be blue life, and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it, but like, again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like, you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay, like, at least not from our end, so making changes around that as well.
What are they doing?
But yeah, I mean, before that it was Grim Feast, and so it's
they're nerfing convalescence.
Been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now. Those three defenses, and on average,
maybe it stops if you weapon swap.
Evasions come up.
The recharge.
More predictable things, less, and then energy shield. Some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, it's no.
I want to see what.
Armor life still can be mid, I think, unless there's surprises in patch.
Like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally. Yeah. Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else.
I mean, armor life's still going to be below ES and below
I can kind of basically
Ranger,
survive.
probably.
Whereas like other classes are just like, as much as armor has its disadvantages, warriors are rocking around with double the life of the other the average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way.
I guess you can't wear a block shield.
Predictable. It's huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
Nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable.
I think it's a bad change.
No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? And you felt like
yes, recovery is ridiculous. Not anymore.
Thing like we did with block.
There was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to.
On launch, it was ridiculous.
Well, it was kind of one or the
last
other.
Patch.
And we
it was
thought
still
kind of good.
Being, now it sounds like it's going to be just recharge.
Both are too strong. You'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad.
You can't always go evasion.
If you go you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell? You
need some mitigation.
Like,
if you can't wear block shield, that'd be silly.
And don't really get much. So having that having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as not with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like. I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah,
At least deflect, that's great. And with block and parry now, that's also great.
Oh shit!
So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other. So.
And good job.
I'm not listening to this anymore. Sorry. All right, we are going over patch notes here. All right, what do we got? All right. This is increasing size, power, variety as you go through the game. Closing them will reveal abyssal troves with valuable items. Many existing support gems, which will now be tier 1 for cases where multiple tiers now exist. Oh, cool. $11 new support gems. Update the description of last gas support to mention that supported minions die before the support's duration expires if they take damage exceeding their maximum life while fatally wounded. Wait, what? Supported minions die before the support's duration expires if they take damage exceeding their maximum life while fatally wounded. Oh, wait, what? I didn't know this was a thing. Alright, that's interesting. Wait, so this only functionally doubles their life. It doubles a minion's life for what, 4 seconds or something? Alright. Muster is only the number of different reviving minions. All right, we've seen all of these. Frost darts. Iron Ward. Stores a percentage of the physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of damage reduction. Using the skill releases the stored damage as a nova of spikes. Huh. While active, Ravenous Swarm. Swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. Swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. Wait, they're actually minions? That's kind of cool. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting Energy Shield, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions. And activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their maximum life. Allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions, then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their max life. Seems kind of dog shit. Ten new uniques, 50 new base item types, 28 maps, 15 new omens. I'll have you know, Dan, I'm still going to face tank everything. Just wait, dude. Just watch and learn, buddy. Infinite portals. Remap Atlas passive points has been adjusted. Boss in 79 plus. That has at least 6 mods. 80 plus 6 mods. Anomaly map boss? What the fuck is an anomaly map? Was that like the +1 or something? The areas you have to unlock? Yeah, I'm still not sure. It's like a Citadel boss, 79 plus, 6 mods. Wow, dude. Oh, the new map things. I see. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. This might be a little bit rough in HC. I mean, it's fine. I think what you do is once you get a, if you get a 6 mod that's like really easy mods, you set it aside. And you save them for when you find these types of maps. Probably just set them aside. Looking at the Pinnacle of Flame quest. This is, it's Arbiter. They're harder. Well, they did tone down the mods. The mods themselves are lower now, lower values. It should be like pretty similar, I think. I would imagine. Should be fine. Ulroth no longer spawns in logbooks. Wait, where's he spawn? Just never spawns? Modifiers on waystones have been reworked. Now every modifier comes with a downside, a specific upside, and some amount of additional waystone drop chance. So it seems like the values on the mods are like half as bad. But you're going to have more of them. It's fine. Downside modifiers have been made weaker to account for the ability to have more presence. Waystones can no longer have greater than 8 modifiers when corrupted. It's found in very high level areas. Can have random quality, now have up to 30% quality. Very low chance, aka you see one of these every like 100 maps or some bullshit. The Abyss map has been renamed to Marrow. Greater Orb of Augmentation. Yeah, they covered that in the reveal. There's a lot of those new currencies. Crafting's gonna be way better, at least like up to 3 mods. Like getting a good 3 mod item should be pretty easy. Not easy, but not too bad. And with essences as well now too. Oh, they nerfed access to ritual the audience with the king. A little bit of nerf there. Essence tiers, lesser, normal, greater, perfect. Essences upgrade a magic item to rare. So their essences are all regals now, pretty much. Yeah, true. Splinters will help with that. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption. Wait, are these in the game already? The corrupted essences? Or is that new? Oh, they are. It's a normal item to magic or a magic item to rare with 1 random notable. Wait, you can just get a notable in the passive tree? 100% increase effect of socketed runes and soul cores. Creates a normal item to magic with 1 item rarity modifier. Corruption item gains 2 enchantments. Huh. Okay. I've never done any of these. They remove a random mod and augment a new mod. Okay. 7 new essence types. Torment has been renamed Essence of Abrasion. That's attribute, right? Wait. Torment? Oh, that's Fizz Abrasion. Slam Exalts? Yeah, Slam Perfect Exalts. Dude, Perfect Exalts are going to be so rare. They're going to be rare as hell. Like, guaranteed. Type of Hysteria now augments different guaranteed mods based on the type of item it is applied to. Stuff Hysteria? Different to guaranteed mods based on the type of item. Okay. Skill and persistent buff gems now sell to vendors for gold based on their level and quality. I wonder if these are a good source of gold. The hidden one can no longer be placed in your hideout. Excuse me? Oh, okay. Dragani will continue to serve as a source of IDing items. Fair enough. Whoa! You can log directly into town or hideout by holding control while selecting a character? What the fuck? Yeah, that's sick. Now you have checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in the area as well as other checkpoints. Now use checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in an area. Oh, as well. Okay, I see. Cool. Omens now stack. NVIDIA reflex has been re-enabled. Yeah, I got that disabled, bro. All right, we got a sprint. It still doesn't tell us what the movement speed buff is, which is crazy. So this is really nice for burning ground maps, I think. I believe. Like the burning ground maps are going to be less cunty, I think. But it is a nerf to flame wall igniting. Which I don't really care about, so whatever. Shock lasts for 8 seconds on non-players, still 4 seconds on players. Cool. Wow, they quadrupled the duration of chill on enemies? Whoa. Chills on any target are now discarded if their magnitude is less than 30%, previously 5? What? That's kind of dog shit. I don't like that part. Yeah, good luck chilling anything unless you're just pure cold. That's kind of whack. Overflow effects on life mana ES can now overflow the maximum by up to 1.5 times from 2. Alright. Exposure now has 50% less effect on magic monsters. 30% less effect on rare monsters and 50% less on unique monsters. Wow. Why? Why is it so big? Oh, they did. They did buff exposure though, didn't they? What? Why do they do this? Curse skills and skills that apply exposure now can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than the skill's own level requirement? Dude, why? This is such a band-aid solution. It's kind of dumb. Wait, so you can get exposure up to 50%? But you have to actually stack it. Hmm. Saw this. A buff to passive block is kind of crazy. Wait, what? 50% max block? Excuse me? Not even like 60? Ugh. Wait, did they change the rolls on shields? You could already get like pretty high block. Yeah, that is a pretty big hit. T2 block chance? It's already at 43. This is already 58% block. Yeah, you max block unless they nerf the block chance roll. You're already well above block cap. Or actually not well above it. But bro, you're already close to cap right now with this 43% with the T2 roll. 45% block. So you just need like 47. That's kind of weird. I don't know why they didn't make it like 55 or 60. Block everything now with active block? I mean, you could, in theory. But nobody uses it. I'm not using it. I mean, I guess now that you can block everything, maybe. Maybe use it occasionally. Oh, dude, I don't know. 50%. This should be like 55 or 60. But, what can you do? I get a feeling they changed the roll chance on shields. Block chance. That's a pretty big hit, honestly. Accuracy fall off penalty. Wait. +6 accuracy rating per level, previously 3. That's pretty nice. Accuracy fall off penalty now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 12 meters. Maximum penalty being 90% less accuracy rating at distance of 9 meters or further. Here is no maximum, and at 14 meters you had 100% less accuracy. Whoa, really? 14 meters? Shit. I mean, that's far as fuck, though. 14 meters is super. It's like way out here. And now it's up to 12. It's like here. 12 is like here. 14 is like here or something. Oh, you can't even see it off the screen. Players' minions now always hit with their attacks. This is crazy. Wait, hold on. There's still a minion accuracy wheel, though, in the tree they showed us. This was still here. I wonder if this is different. This has to be something different now. This is a nice change, though. Accuracy on minions is really cringe, actually. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 proj. Units they should fire 0. Swapping weapons is now instant. That's so big. Charge consuming skills now pause their corresponding charges duration while in use. Damage recouped as life and fizz damage recouped as life now display in the life section of the character panel. Monster melee damage has 33% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup. Monster physical damage has 100% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup. Purely description change. Alright. Alright, Ascendancy. What do we got? What do we got? Entered call. +1 max totem. %1 increase attack speed per 3 decks. Ancestral Spirits. Oh, it's from this thing. Fair enough. So this is removed and they merge it with this. Unleash Training. 35% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of shield's value previously 40. Oh, this is weird. Total Charm. Total Charm no longer grants 25% less block chance or can block damage from all hits. Still, instead, it now provides you take 30% of damage from blocked hits and maximum block chance is 75. It's like some shitty glancing blow or something. Sure. Stacks of Jade granted by Jade Heritage are no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. There's like some shitty molten shell or something. I don't even know what it does really. I assume it's just like some molten shell. Yeah, I mean, this honestly might be good with the new totem stuff. Yeah, just having like a cooldown, a defensive cooldown sounds kind of nice. Honestly, are there any like, there's no like defensive cooldowns in this game, are there? It feels like kind of weird. At least not many. The spirits from this have been improved. They appear faster and start using skills sooner. Chronomancer. True. Ancestral Jade Hulk. Buffs nearby allies with 50% increased damage. Warrior looks alright. Smith the Katava. What did they do here? Flowing Metal, notable passive. Dude. Holy shit, they all have different names. 35% of armor to apply to LE damage from hits. Previously +5 max fire. Leather binding. They nerfed the regen from 5 to 3. What the hell's a manifest weapon? Oh, this one. The order grants minions from the skill have 1% increased accuracy per 3 decks. Said minions from the skill now have 1% increased attack speed per 3 decks. I didn't even know it had that to begin with. I mean, nobody stacks decks, bro. Why do they do this? Small passive skills providing fire resist now have values of 8%. Previously 15. This has 5% increased strength. I mean, they didn't even really nerf it, just like slightly less regen if you want to take this. Oh, they did remove the +5 max fire though, eh? It's actually a pretty big nerf. Fair enough. Good changes. Gem lane. Advanced Thaumaturgy. No longer grants 30% less cost of skills. Or 30%. All right, so it's completely changed. While active, cause you to passively generate a charge once every 8 seconds. The charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. Higher the total strength required total of your socketed skill gems, the more likely you will be to generate an endurance charge. Man, this sounds kind of fucking meme. This sounds dog shit. Once every 8 seconds you generate a charge, and it's like pseudo random. That's meme, bro. That's meme. Gem studded. No longer grants you can use each type of support gem twice. Set it now grants for each color of socketed gem that it is most numerous gain. Red hits against you have no critical damage bonus. Blue skills have 30% less cost. Green 40% less move speed penalty from using skills while moving. Oh, bro, this man gemling looks bad. Why would anybody click gemling now? Just for some quality and +2? I mean, this is still okay. But I mean, with the attribute nerf, it's not as important. I don't know. Gemling looks kind of mid now. It's alright. I guess you would go like... You probably would just go... Probably just do this shit. I mean, it's alright. It's still fine. You just don't go down this pathway anymore. There's no reason, really. This is meme. This is meme. This is meme. These are whatever. Like, this is the only way to click to play this ascendancy now, is this? The only way. Tactician. Alright, back. Pop up. Tactician. Tactician support, eh? Yeah, I've not even looked at this ascendancy seriously. +1 to max number of summon totems. Wow, as +1 to max totems and 30% more totem skill speed? Oh, they only fire when you use an attack. I didn't even know that. Shit. This also grants projectile damage builds pin. Wait, what? Well, they moved this to this. Is this gone? Oh, they changed it. I guess. Polish that gear. Gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor and no longer grants gain 100% of armor as extra stun threshold. Deflection rating. Oh, dude. Rating. Dude, it feels like World of Warcraft, man. Deflection rating. What the fuck is a deflection rating, man? What the hell that is? I need numbers, bro. %40 more immobilization buildup instead of proj damage build spin. Alright. The death from above. Command for supporting fire now deals approximately 3 times more damage at all gem levels. Bro, they just straight up triple the damage of this thing? It must have been trash. There's no limit on the number of banners you can place. And banners gain 5 glory per second. Yeah, 3 times 0 is still 0. Good point. It's probably still dog shit. Man, one thing that really bothers me about PoE2 is if you start Merc and you want to go to the top side of the tree, do you have to travel so much? Like I hate it. Like if you want to do minions on this, it's like minus 19 points right there. It's so not ideal. Even more than that, because I want to be like over here. Like, oh, minus 23 points. They should let us path through the middle somehow and like give us like 1, 2 points and then boom, boom. I don't know. I kind of miss the sign area. Requires cannons already. Alright, so there's a node that comes after this one. Cause your totems to grant embankment auras to players when placed, which grants a different effect depending on the variety of totem. Dude, are you kidding me? This is so bad. I guess if you do like multiple, it's alright. If it only using one type of totem, though, this is like really bad. But yeah, I guess with 2, it's okay. Really weird. Honestly, the only thing I like on Tactician is the banner thing. Seems kind of good. And then maybe the deflection's good if the numbers are good, but we don't. You know, what the hell is the deflection rating give? Maybe this is okay too. Ritualist. Ritualist was really bad last league. As the whispers ask. What? Oh. This has been removed, and as the whispers demand, notable now also grants ritual of sacrifice. Oh, so these have been merged. Cool. Wildwood persistence notable. Right, 10% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing life, previously 5. I mean, this is still not very good. Better than before, though. What would you even take on this? So you get these two. Well, you just take this. It gives you that as well. Probably take the ring stuff still. And then you have 1 point. Bro, this is still really bad. Blood boil. Yeah, no thanks. Party races. Yeah, it could be interesting. Critical strike notable. It's just literally called critical strike. Oh, that's so innovative. It's just called critical strike. Now is gain additional critical hit chance equal to 15% of excess chance to hit with attacks. Previously 25. No longer specifies it ignores hobble on the target. So nerf from 25 to 15. I mean, with the accuracy buffs, now that you get double accuracy per level, I mean, it's still pretty good, huh? Elemental Surge. What the hell is that? Oh, they renamed it. It's this. Now grants 3 surges when consuming a power, frenzy, or endurance charge. Previously 2. I mean, Amazon's still good. Still really good. Pathfinder. Sustained practices. Now grants 50% of evasion rating. Also grants LE damage reduction. Previously 30. What does this mean exactly? I don't understand numerically how this works. If you have 1,000 evasion rating, that means you have the evasion chance of 300 evasion as LE damage reduction, or what? I don't understand how these work. I used to be 50% now. Shadow when, dude? We got Druid next, and then we got Duelist with swords. Then it's probably going to be like Templar. Then maybe... Actually, Shadow might be after that. It's probably going to be Druid, Duelist, Shadow, Templar with 1.0. Would be my guess. Alright, so I don't know if this is good. But, I mean... Eh. We got a lot of trap enjoyers in chat, huh? Trap enjoyers. You're angry. Okay. You gotta channel that anger into some into PoE2 results. You need to pop off. You can be waiting a while, dude. I'll be waiting a while. Poisonous concoction has been renamed to acidic concoction. Deals physical attack damage in an area. Consumes poison on hit, causing an acidic burst. Acidic concoction and acidic burst cannot poison. Wait, so you have to poison with something else and then you throw this? Seems like it. 50% more shock effect. Freezes enemies on hit that are primed for freeze. Aggravates bleeding on target's hit. Fires up to 4 additional mini flask projectiles that ignited enemies. That's kind of cool. Quality grants +2 thrown instead of typo. Did I? What do they do? Uh-oh. Avidity. Alright, they reworked it. Grants a 50% chance to gain an additional frenzy charge when you gain a frenzy charge. Alright, still pretty good. Reworked. Causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies. That's a new called shots meta skill. It's making me want to watch the movie Shot Caller. That repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. Well, that's kind of cool. Rank 1, level 100? Hell no, I'm not going level 100. I'm just going to go for... We might go for, like, first to kill some of the Ubers, the new Ubers. Like Act 4 Uber. And we'll go for Arbiter, the Uber Arbiter. And whatever else is new. We'll go for that stuff. I'm not doing 100, though. Hell no. This sounds pretty cool, honestly. This mark thing. Dude, it's not going to take 2 weeks. They only said they made it easier to get to level 95. It's going to take a long time to get level 100 still. Two weeks until 100? Yeah, no shot, dude. Ain't no way. Repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. Also cause your projectiles to chain to marked enemies. Man, this sounds really cool. Whatever it's good. Eagle Eyes. Oh, Deadeye is good as hell, dude. I probably won't play Deadeye just because I feel like I'm going to die on a Deadeye. Especially in Act 4, like in the interludes when I have no idea what's going on. I don't know about Deadeye. Maybe second character Deadeye. First character will probably be a witch. Probably. You see the rest though. Removes the distance space accuracy penalty instead. Oh, they reworked it. Applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. Does that last like 4 seconds? Oh, this is wrong wiki. Lasts for 4 seconds. Seems trash. So you go win award. You just do like far shot. I mean, it's just nothing changed. Deadeye's unchanged for most stuff. Unchanged. Oh, Deadeye still looks super good. And you have deflection now too. Invoker. Elemental Expression. So this is like a 50% more damage buff. More than 50% more. About 50% more. Meditate. Cooldown of 5 seconds at level 20. Previously 8. 100% more energy shields recharge rate. Huh. Wait, but they nerfed overflow. So this only overflows to 1.5 times your life or your ES. But you get a lot more recharge rate, I guess. More recharge rate. Ah, that's whatever. Julep, we already saw this, but I'll take a look. I'll be honest, I have like no interest in playing Sheila ever. I don't know. I'll be right back 1 second. All right, Sheila, what do you got? It's been renamed. Its leech recovers based on chaos damage as well as fizz damage. This is now a multi-choice notable. The following choices. All flames at Sheila are red, blue, or purple. All right, so everybody's choosing purple. Obviously. Why would you choose anything else? What? Oh, Waking Dream. So this grants 50% increased effect of remnants. This no longer has a prerequisite. It's a new skill, Void Illusion. Bro, what? It doesn't say what it does. Why do they do this? It grants a new skill and doesn't say what it is. Cringe. It's only reserves for 5 seconds now. Oh, bro, this ascendancy is like super resident sleeper. I don't know. Like I can't even bring myself to care about this ascendancy, honestly. Cringe. Blood mage. Blood mage lost 3% increase max life. It's over. Sanguimancy is now free to allocate. Spawns a remnant on hitting a target instead of critically hitting. Oh shit, that's also another buff. Alright, they nerfed this a little bit. Oh, but it's also back here, though. This has been renamed to Sanguine Tides. Gain 1 life flask charge per 4% life spent. 50% less life recovery from flasks. Your life flask reaches full charges. 40% of charges are consumed and gain 1% of damage as fizz damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. $75 max charges. So it consumes 30 charges. So 30% of fizz. 30% of damage as fizz for 3 seconds. It's like a cycling buff. Unless you invest in life flask recovery sustain. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like it using my life flasks. Especially in like HC. It's not bad though, it's alright. It's been renamed. No longer grants your curses have infinite duration. Enemies affected by your curses have at least 50% of life reserve. Holy shit! What? Dude, this is crazy good. Damn. Man, Blood Mage looks really fucking good. I'm gonna be honest. Curse take a while to apply. You can reduce the duration. I mean the delay. You can also just run. Well, you could run Blasphemy, but there's still delay on Blasphemy, right? This is more of a bossing thing, to be honest. Like map bosses, like this is huge for map bosses. And also if you can reduce the delay like significantly. Wait, isn't there? Like reduce delay? I know there's support gems. Like over here? Oh, activation. Damn, is that it? 10, 20, 30, 70% faster. .5 second delay. 0.891 right now. And then there's like support. %30 reduced delay. Curse on hit. Yeah, that would work too. What sources of curse on hit are there though? %15 more damage? No, it's more than 15%. It's closer to 20% more damage. Same reason Slayer's Coal is 25% more damage. Blasphemy? Isn't there still delay on Blasphemy? Wait, does less duration work? Alright, we're down to 0.6. That didn't work. I could have swore there was like one more. Maybe not. Damn, 60 spirit. That's so much spirit, dude. Man, I like Blood Mage looks really attractive. I would have to like theorycraft it a bit though. With the curse thing especially. I'll look into it. Wait, how much damage is that actually though? All right, so that is assuming you can curse like insta. This is 17.6% more damage, or 17.7 more damage. I mean, honestly, it's not that great. It's nice for bosses though. Actually, maybe it's not that good. I don't know. Unless you have a quick, easy way to apply curses somehow. If there's like curse on hit or something, but I'm not familiar with it. HP from ES pieces. Yeah. What is this again? Oh, between the cracks. Attack 3 times? What do you mean attack 3 times? How much life can you get on a Blood Mage? I mean, it's still going to be way shittier than just going ES, probably. I'll look into it. Could be interesting. Infernalist, what'd they do? What'd they do to my child? Okay, they buffed the AoE on this. That's good. It was tiny. Jump through a hoop. I mean, you're not attacking 3 times in 0.6 seconds, though. I don't think it's bad. And you are kind of jumping through a hoop, but it's not like you're cursing enemies is good in its own right as well. Like, you get the curse benefit as well. I don't think it's bad at all. 5 times a second if you're playing like some bow shit, maybe. And like with endgame gear. But again, like number of attacks per second is not the metric of how much damage you're dealing. Alright, so they slightly buffed the dog, which is whatever. Grants Infernal Flame equal to twice your mana. Previously equal to your mana. Cause you lose 25% Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the past 2 seconds. Previously 50. Huh? Wait, isn't this a nerf, or am I misreading this? Seems like a nerf. Is this meant to offset the demon form buff or something? A 4 times buff. I mean, I guess it makes it easier to stay in high Infernal Flame. Well, I mean, in theory, it's going to be harder to to not hit the cap, I would imagine. I've never played with this, so I don't know what the Infernal Flame gain is like. Is it just going to make it easier for you to hit the cap accidentally? Like, isn't more drain better here if you want to like chain cast? Maybe not, I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're playing. I've never used this, so I don't really know. I'm just kind of like doing it in my brain, I guess. But I never used it. And then demon form buff. %3 more spell damage per demon flame. But it used to be increased. Used to be 18% increased spell damage per demon flame. That's 3% more. Wait, no longer grants level of all spell skills while in demon form? Wait, what? Just casually delete +6 levels? Dude, what? Why? Yeah, no. They were making it sound like this was a huge buff. Seems like a side grade. I mean, it depends how many stacks you can maintain, I guess. If you're at 10 stacks, this is like a side grade. If you go above, then yeah, it's gonna be better. It's not really that impressive, honestly. doesn't make me want to play it. Let's just say that. What'd they do to Lich? Curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. I mean, I guess it's kind of nice. Kind of whatever, but it's kind of nice. Eldritch Empowerment. Alright, they completely reworked it. Spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing ES. Sacrifice 5% of max ES when you cast a spell. Sacrificing ES does not interrupt recharge. I mean, what changed here? It went from 3% ES cost to 5%. Is that it? They just nerfed it? That's it? This is just like a ED Contagion nerf. I mean, 5% ES is a lot. Huh. Alright. Now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. Interesting. I mean, Lich kind of just got no changes, really. Really minor. Chronomancer. Man, I was hoping Lich would... Some slight changes. Better changes. Flood of Echoes. Reworked. Now grants Inevitable Agony. Sounds like a poison. Curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits to be stored in the curse debuff. When the restoration expires, they take that stored damage again all at once. What is the point of this? This is like, this is like that poison thing in PoE1. I forget what it's called. Where it stores the poison damage or some shit. But why? It's extra damage? Really weird. I don't know. I don't really see the use case for this unless it's like a big damage boost somehow. I like how they don't give you the percentage either. A portion. What does that mean? Is that 2%? 30%? A damage note? Yeah, the problem is it's only on like really, really tanky mobs. Unless you have a really short curse duration or something. But even if you do that, then like you don't have a lot of time to stack up damage. 42. I honestly, I don't like this at all. You don't, unless you have a way to like detonate it yourself. Like, a lot of the time you just have to gotta wait. Weapon swap blasphemy to end the curse. Oh, maybe that would work if you overrode it with something else. If that would work, that might be good. I don't know. I needed like we need numbers on this. Numbers and what kind of curse duration could you get? 4-second. Wait, there might be some other stuff too. Yeah, I'm not really familiar. If there's any other way to reduce this? So like, you're looking at 4 seconds at best. With a high level curse. I don't know. We need more. We need numbers on this. I mean, this might end up being really good if this is a big number. Quicksand. All right, so they reworked this completely. Grants Sands of Time. Grants 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will then scale back up to 60. Wait, what? So on average, this is giving you what? 30% cast speed, 30% AoE? I mean, this is kind of good. I guess it's inconsistent, which is not ideal. But on average, it's pretty good. It's not bad. I mean, it's a big buff compared to what it was before as well. Before, it was on average 25% more cast speed. Now it's 30% more cast speed and 30% AoE. Honestly, Chrono looks pretty good. If this is good, especially, Chrono might be pretty good. Storm Weaver. Yeah, no, I would agree. It's going to be really inconsistent. Yeah, they seem to love the pendulum. The circle of elements from D3. Seem to love that. Tempest Caller. Cooldown lowered to 3 seconds from 5. This has been renamed to Multiplying Squalls. It's been reworked. Provides +1 to limit for elemental skills. Reworked. 20% of damage is taken from mana before life. 20% increase in magnitude of arcane surge on you per 10% missing mana. It's alright. Remnants you create rapier once, 3 seconds after being collected. Dude, what? 3 seconds later? This is like really bad. Except for bossing. Seems terrible. Heart of the Storm. It's been reworked. 50% chance when collecting the elemental infusion to gain another different elemental infusion. That's pretty good. Assuming that infusions are good. Wait, so they didn't change all the ascendancies, did they? I don't see any Titan changes here. Wait, they lied. They said they changed every ascendancy. I've been lied to. I didn't see a Titan change. Witch Hunter. Alright, they changed everything except Titan and Witch Hunter, I think. enough. All right, I need to see like a link for this. I'm not gonna go through this. Except these. Were they nerfed Eternal Youth? Wow. No longer causes your life last to recover energy shield instead. Now cause your life last to have 50% less recovery. Well, yeah, this is definitely a typo, unless you mean something else. Should be recover instead of recovery. I think it's fine. Outside of this typo here. I think it's accurate. So the second line is gone. And it now has 50% less recovery from flasks. Yeah, they're just nerfing ways to recover ES, it seems like. It's the vibe I'm getting here. I mean, they mentioned that as such. They already mentioned that. PoE1s? Oh, is it? I don't think I've ever clicked this in PoE1 unless it was with a Legion Jewel. Yeah, it's pretty much this. Yep. Yep, pretty much the same as PoE1. You're right. Giant's Blood now halves the amount of life granted by strength. Damn. Glancing Blows now provides chance to evade is unlucky. Chance to deflect is lucky. Wow. No longer provides block chance is doubled, or you take 50% damage from blocked hits. So this is just evasion unlucky, deflection lucky. It's pretty good. It's actually really good. It's in a weird spot though. I don't like where it's at. RT now grants accuracy ratings doubled instead of your hits can't be evaded. I mean, they said melee ascendancies will pretty much always hit in melee range anyways. Weird. Really weird. This is a big change. AoE sources lowered. When are we getting the skill tree? I want to see that. A small attribute passive skill has been removed on all of the outward highways between class starting locations. Oh shit. What does that mean? Like, one of these 3 points is gone or something? Seems like it. The base damage scaling of all player, spell, and secondary damage skills has been tweaked to scale better in the late game. Spells that do not have damage number changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels, 5% more damage at 20, 20% more damage at level 30. So small numbers. Mana cost growth of all skills has been lowered at high levels. Banners no longer gain valor, but use glory instead. 200 glory to place. Really? It's a lot. Five glory per second. Takes you 40 seconds to get a full banner with this node. That's kind of insane. Banners can gain glory while the banner's place. Dude, I don't like this. I don't understand it. Their way of encouraging us to use high level exposure and curses is to make it not work if it's low level. I do not like this at all. I think this is bad design. I don't understand why they would design it like this. Just make the gems get good enough, like make them ramp enough as they level that we want to level them. Silly. Wow. You can't even blink, or you can't blink in your offset or sacrifice? Oh man. Shit. Curses are less effective against high rarity enemies. I wish we had numbers on this. Spectres and Tame Beasts now deal 25% more damage. Mark skills are no longer spells. Oh, totems now work with your equipped weapon. Thank goodness. Good change. Arc is now a projectile. Chain 6 to 9 times at gem levels 5 to 20. So +1 chain. 50% more shock magnitude. It's like 30 or 40% more damage. I don't know, Arc looks pretty cool. They rebuffed Archmage a bit. Using blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Wait, so you can blink and dodge roll? Oh shit. Wait, that's sick. Frostbomb? I mean, Frostbomb looks pretty good. At least for exposure. Blink with unwavering stance. Oh, that's a good point. True, true. What's bone offering again? It's like block one attack. She absorbs all damage for the next hit. Oh, it has an explosion too. Wait, what? Oh, it does explode. I mean, this is barely damage buff though. 25% reduced damage from hits while shielded, and absorbs the first hit, dealing over 25% of the minion's max life. I mean, nobody's using this, bro. Why would we not use Pain Offering? Cast on Elemental Ailment. Wow. Wait, this is crazy for ED Contagion leveling. 1 to 3 stacks of Withered for 4 seconds. That's crazy good for leveling. It's like, what, 25, 30% more damage on Cluster Grenade? And more mini grenades? Cold Snap renamed Snap. Are they buffed Comet? Contagion quality buff. This is kind of good. Let you maybe drop Unleash, potentially. You can probably drop Unleash here. Defiance Banner. %30 more armor evasion. 30% increased movement speed. Honestly, these curse changes are a big buff to mapping if you run a curse while mapping. Potentially. +4 to max, all max LE res on Dreadbanner. Huh. What does skill effect duration scale this? I don't see a duration here. It's a duration tag. Let's assume it works. So they buffed the damage of Earthquake, but lowered the AoE. Do we have the tree yet for anything? The tree for this stuff? Is there like a is this updated yet? No, it's not updated yet. What about max roll? Nope, not yet. Wait, PVDB? Probably not, but worth checking. Nope, not yet. %29 less on Enfeeble. %50 less effect on uniques. So it's a slight nerf to bossing. Yeah, unfortunate. Still pretty good, but that's a sizable nerf. What is the percentage on that? %9. Yeah, it's 9%. Damn, 9% less effectiveness of Enfeeble. That kind of sucks. Kind of cringe. Unlucky. Can now consume a lightning infusion to grant additional lightning damage to projectiles that pass through it, as well as fire damage. It's kind of cool. Frost Bomb. Wow, why'd they nerf the damage so much? Whoa, they like doubled the cooldown as well? Wait, how long does exposure last? Lasts for 4 seconds. Skill effect duration also scales it though, I believe. Pretty sure it does. Was it changed? I know they changed the duration of like chill and ignite and shock. Did they change the exposure as well? I don't see it if they did. They might have. So if you whiff with a frost bomb, oh wait, what is the duration here? With persistence. Wait, what is this? Is this exposure duration? Oh, exposure duration is 8 seconds? Oh, it's 8 seconds on frost bomb. Oh. Okay, it should be fine then. So you have an 11-second exposure duration with skill duration support. So you probably want to put what? Do you put ingenuity on this as well? So we have a 6-second base. Brings it down to 4.6-second cooldown. But skill effect duration makes it longer for it to explode as well. Kick a buff cold spell. I think Comet got a buff, but they also made Eye of Winter gets like the flame wall buff now for all the projectiles, I think. It's the only ones that I've seen, I think. I mean, you don't even need to use a cold spell now. You can just use Frost Bomb and Elemental Weakness, and you can use any damage type, any elemental damage type. You can run anything. It's just like generic elemental exposure now. It's just crazy. So, I don't know, it looks pretty good. You just can't let the exposure drop off. Spark. Dude, you're loading up at the same skill for a third time in a row. Isn't that the definition of insanity? Frostwall now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. This sounds like a really weird band-aid fix. Wow, they're nerfing the shit out of ice crystals. Another ice crystal nerf. Consumes freeze on unique enemies to deal 500% more damage. Holy fuck. Herald of Thunder nerf. Dude, there's so many crossbow changes, man. And I don't really play crossbows. Incinerate has been reworked. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. What the hell? Cast speed is now fixed and gains a stage every 0.25 seconds. Dude, these infusions are really weird. I don't know how this can play out. Lightning Conduit has a 6-second cooldown. Wow. They like double the damage. Whoa. Solar Orb is now from items, while Living Bomb is not. So doesn't Living Bomb have like a 1 active at a time or something? Limit 1 active seed. Cringe. It's the 2.5 second duration. Where the hell's the item thing at? What the fuck? .5 second duration. Wait, can you not link anything to this? Support gems in any other group socketed into. Oh, I see. .7. Dude, do you really have to go down here to get... Oh, there's some up here, actually. .2 second living bomb duration. It's not great. Oh, they changed it. I should have read the next line. Explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy or just killing it. Well, what the hell does sufficient damage mean? I mean, they buffed the shit out of Orbistorms on. Pretty good. Bro, there's like 0 minion changes. Where they at? It's no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. Comes with a rake and nuking. They have to give a big description here. Oh, we're not targeting the rake for nerfs. Just consistency. Damn, they kind of nuked Roa, huh? Dude, am I only halfway through? There's no way, right? Oh, it's just a lot of bugs. They nerfed the speed of shield charge by 25%. And they nerfed the attack time too. I mean, I guess with sprint's fine. Skeletal Arsonist. Oh, here's some mini changes. Yo, log in. Plus demise is now an attack instead of a spell, dealing 300% attack damage. It deals additional fire damage equal to 8% of minions' max life, previously 12. Can now target minions with that have higher health. I mean, it's like a slight upgrade. Yeah, definitely not a balance change for the rake, clearly. So this went from 12% to 8%. And you gain 300% attack damage. And it's an attack as well, which means... Why? That didn't really mean much, does it? Same thing. Decent. I mean, maybe it's worth using now. Perhaps. Skill to Brute. Intimidate and... Can detonate... Wait, what? Consumes freeze on enemies and allies to deal damage in an area around those targets. Oh, it doesn't actually detonate them. I mean, still really mid. It's okay. Skeletons are immune to damage for 3 seconds after being revived. Kind of cool. Ice armor coats minions in an area in frost. Oh, you actually have to like target an area? Reducing the damage they take from hits. Cause enemies that hit them to take cold damage and counts as frozen for other effects and skills. Quality now provides minions deal 20% more damage instead of 10% reduced reservation. I mean, that's an upgrade. Sniper. Lower the cooldown of gas arrow. Buff the damage. Slight upgrade. Storm Mage. The Storm now deals... What is that, like 10, 15% more damage? Slight radius increase. Holy shit. Wait, they nerfed the chain from 4 to 2? Actually? Hmm. Is this, is it already 2 right now? What is this referencing? Is this specifically for Deathstorm? I don't think it's changed, though. I need to look in game for this real fast. Oh, so it does have 4 chains right now. Damn, they nerfed the shit out of this minion now. It's going from 4 chains to 2. That's a really big nerf. Well, this minion sucks. Snipe. Solo orb. This is only from staves now. Spear of Solaris. What the hell is this? Is it like Hammer of the Gods for spears? Yeah. %less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. Man, they're adding this to a lot of stuff. No longer has an unintentionally hidden 300% more damage after 0.5 seconds? Holy shit, wait, what? Shockwave Totem, what'd they do? Did I miss that? Well, before, didn't it had its own base damage, right? And now it scales off your weapon, I think? It'll probably be alright. Or does it not scale off your weapon? I'm not even sure. I know they changed most of the totems to scale off weapon. Let me see. It scales with weapon now, right? Or does it not? Oh yeah. Shockwave Totem, now use your equipped weapons. They no longer have their own flat damage, base crit, or base attack time. So it scales with your weapon. Bulk of the damage is fucked. Oh, because of the jagged. Hmm. So can you make jagged ground yourself or something? Is that possible? Is it too tedious? Gotcha. How long does a jagged ground last? Four seconds. I mean, honestly, like scaling from weapon, I think is a W. But yeah, you might have to do some cringe stuff to get the jagged ground potentially. I mean, either way, just scaling from weapons like so much better in general. So, I mean, maybe it's okay. Maybe. I mean, there might be a way to extend the jagged ground or something. Is there like a duration? Can you scale a duration or something? Like a jagged ground duration or something? Is that a thing? Maybe not. It does have a duration tag. I don't think you can like look at the jagged ground duration in PoB. Not sure. I don't. I think totems will be all right. Just not having like this little base damage like spells. That's kind of cringe. They might be all right. Yeah, losing the jagged ground does kind of suck though. Holy shit! The temp changed, dude. This is crazy. It's still unchanged for bossing, pretty much. It's even a buff for bossing. God damn. That's crazy. Temp change Chrono. Is that the meta? Could be interesting. Wow, they buffed the hell out of this damage. Unearth can now be used on dead skeletal reviving minions once per death to create a bone construct. Bone constructs created by Unearth now have a dash attack. Oh shit. Increases the bone construct movement speed. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Sick. Volcanic Fissure. This was already like a good build, I think. Vulnerability from negative 9,000 armor to negative 19,000 armor. Alright, dude. Wait, is this buffing monsters too? I do think I know what I want to league start. I will probably be making a build guide for that over the next few days. I hope we get skill tree soon. Would be nice. Leaking? No, I'm not leaking. It probably ES though, but wait, are there ES changes in here or no? Is it just a convalescence? It might be ES deflect. I'm not sure. I need to see the skill tree. Wait, so the only ES nerfs we got are the convalescence thing and eternal youth nerf. I think that's it, right? Unless there's like some base changes. Oh, they changed Iron Runes? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I haven't got here yet, I don't think. Aw, man. Yeah, they did. Can't overflow 2 times. Oh, no, it's fine. I don't mind the spoil. Can't overflow to 2x. I mean, that was only in the first patch, right? We didn't have that last patch. Or in 0.2. Eternal Youth nerf is substantial. It's pretty big, yeah. I mean, all it means is you have to invest in recharge. So overflow in 0.2. If you had a source of overflow like Invoker Monk or Blood Mage, but I don't think there was any overflow, or like maybe a unique item, unique chest. I don't think there was any overflow outside of that though, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, this is so bad. I wonder, are these good? $25 energy shield. Now these are fucking dog shit. At least for HC. Damn, these things suck. Dick. Holy shit. If it had like 100 ES, maybe. It also has 5 to 15% movement speed. That's not good. Deflection. I wish we knew what the deflection rating math. Deflection's gonna be really good. Nerf Tangle Tongue. Following uniques can no longer drop. Inferno Class, Forbidden Gaze, Thunderstep, The Wailing Wall, Fallen Formation, Wyland Stake, Deepest Tower, Remembered Tales. What is Forbidden Gaze? What is this? Wait, why are they removing these? They're removing all the items that give max res? It's kind of fucked up. Distilled emotions have been renamed to liquid emotions. This is a good change. I did not like this. Distilled emotions. This is so much better. 3 lowest tiers are now called diluted liquid emotions. Concentrated liquid. This is a really good change. Surprisingly good change. These are like, figuring out which ones are the highest tiers was really cringe. I'm a fan. New 2D art. Orb chants are now more likely to succeed on amulets, rings, belts, and charms. More likely? What is that? 5% more? 5% more of 0 is still 0. Follow orb nerf? Okay. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skill levels up to level 20 in high tier maps. They're nerfing crit multi. They're nerfing crit multi everywhere. Yeah, Trial of Chaos is there's a lot of time wasting, like long hallways, waiting for doors, waiting for elevators. There's a lot of time wasting in there. Same with Sanctum, honestly. Holy shit! Okay, this is the change that I was waiting to see. Reduce the number of increased block chance modifiers and shields from 7 to 3. The highest tier modifier now has up to 30% increased block chance? Holy shit. What a brutal nerf, dude. Brutal. Goes up to 30, bro? Oh, this is not even... the new highest tier is worse than the old lowest tier. Actually crazy. Wait, did it say 30%, man? Up to 30% on the highest tier. Are you fucking kidding me? Unreal, dude. So let's say we roll like 26. Yeah, they kind of did block dirty. I mean, to be fair, block was pretty good. Fuck, dude. Brutal. It's a block chance. 31. So the cap's 50. $42. Second was less egregious because you're just traveling through. I mean, that's kind of true in some cases, but like other cases, you're pulling a lever for like 5 seconds, or you're waiting on an animation to get your boon. There's a lot of cases like that in Sanctum. But yeah, there's some other stuff that's not quite as bad. So let's say you anointed like parrying motion or something. I don't know. All right, so this is almost block cap. Ugh, feels bad though. Clicking all this shit. Wait, that's only 1% block. All right, realistically, you're only going to sit around 45, 50% block right now on a lot of builds. Unless you're like heavily investing in these type of nodes. Man, they nerfed the shit out of block. It's unfortunate. What if I get some deflection? Oh, that's brutal, dude. How you gonna go from 81% to 30%? Oh. It's unfortunate. All right, and they nerfed the ES on this here. Realistically, you only ever use this in helmet and chest, probably. Can't block cap with one mod? Yeah, 100%. I still think they should raise block cap to like 55, maybe 60. 50 feels too low. Not a fan of that. So how much ES are you realistically losing here? I'd say you have a chest with 800 ES and a helm with 500. So you're losing 7% per rune. There's a couple hundred flat ES here. At least. Or like 150 or 200 between chest and helm. Not the end of the world. Warbringer knows worse. It does look kind of bad. What is it, 35%? Dude, this sucks. Wait, what is the base block on shields? $25 base block. This is literally 10% base block on this. Oh, yeah, true. Oh, you can still get a cap to what, 75 now? 52 base. Yeah, it's not too bad. Is it really 52 base? That's crazy. I do think the build that I'm going to play, I think it's going to be pretty decent though. It should be interesting. When do we get the finalized patch notes? Are they just going to be adding changes to this as they go like over time or something? Also, I really want the tree, like really bad. These all suck. They're all pre-resist. Fox? Oh, I haven't even looked at these talismans. I didn't do this league mechanic at all. Okay. I gotta like keep in mind this for the Darkness Enthroned as well, these talismans. %2 quality. You can get 200% damage out as chaos consistently. That's seems crazy good. Damn. I probably would just... Oh, 10% increased spirit. That's kind of cool. Rarity. What is this? Mostly just scepter stuff? Oh, there's endgame ones too. I wonder if they're changing this. Are these rippy? Like, do I need to worry about these in HC? I didn't really farm these at all. Wait, isn't there like one or two that's really dangerous? Which ones are dangerous? I'll have to look into this. Talisman of Ralakesh. Went from 5 to 8. Wait, where does that go? Helmet. Oh. New suffix mods that can roll on int body armors that grant faster start of ES shield recharge. Is that not a thing already? I guess it's not. Cool. That's kind of cool. ES recovery. I mean, you still have to like get a good chest that has good ES and has fast recovery as well. Granted, there's already implicits on what's it, sacrificial chest? Sacrificial garb or some shit. I mean, ES recovery is kind of cunty right now, to be honest. It's kind of cunty. There's no way around it. The ES nerfs. They nerfed the Iron Runes. They nerfed Eternal Youth. Is there anything else? Yeah, you probably want to use this base, honestly, if you play ES currently. Oh, they nerfed what's it called? Convalescence as well. That's a big one. Because currently you can have Convalescence in your offhand, reserve in your offhand, and you can still use it in your main weapon swap. And Convalescence, that's honestly, it's plenty. Honestly, Eternal Youth, whatever. So it's mostly the runes and Convalescence, I think. I never took Eternal Youth anyways. I mean, it's kind of in a weird spot. Like a lot of builds kind of stop here. So like coming way over here is kind of weird. Yeah, it's like it's pretty much Vol Discipline from PoE1. So it had like a 30-second cooldown or something, and you can support it with Ingenuity. So it was a pretty like reliable recovery method. That got hit pretty hard. You can get ES recharge rate on helmet as well. Oh wait, and gloves and boots. I wonder what the roll ranges here. Wait, it's on focus. So it goes up to 50% on focus. 26 to 50%. I-81. Fuck. Unarmed monk. I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm not sure about the numbers, but just the fact that you can scale your offense through scaling your ES and evasion seems really nice. And then maybe you rock the Thunder Fist too. It looks pretty good. I'm not sure about the numbers, but just in theory, it sounds really good. Yeah, 4-second base. I think ideally you want to get recharge time at least around 2 seconds or lower. Like on the high end. If you can get a little bit lower, it's even better, like 1.5 second. Honestly, I'm kind of excited for this league. I think this could be interesting. Could be interesting. I really love that we have 9 days before league start. And we actually have patch notes. Like, it's actually really sick. I fuck with it. Oh, wow. Wait, this doesn't kill you anymore? Wait, this just doesn't kill you anymore, huh? Only damages your honor. Life of most active bosses has been reduced by approximately 15%. We don't have new skills. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a byproduct of not having a new class, right? Since new classes come with new skills. I agree, though. We really do need more more spells and stuff in the game. Especially, I think. Like, there's not enough spells. $30 to 70% life increases for rogue exiles? They reveal all the veiled monsters from the abyss yet? Nah, we'll probably get that data mine day one, like a couple hours before the patch, I would imagine. I mean, maybe they won't even let us data mine him. They're getting better at blocking the data mine stuff. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the patch looks really good. I was just hoping for a little bit more endgame stuff, but other than that, it looks really, really good. No complaints. Wanted fire to be playable? I mean, they did kind of buff some fire stuff, like the flammability change. That's definitely going to help, so, like, at least for ignite stuff. But yeah, I guess outside of that, they didn't really do much, except for the invocation thing. But now, I mean, now it's kind of sounding like they don't really want us to specialize in one element necessarily. You just kind of play any element you want, really, and combine them. The periodic invulnerability aura monster modifier now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. Ah. Well, they said if a skill wasn't mentioned, it got a slight damage buff, I believe, is what they said. But it's not going to be huge, like 15, 20% in game or something. Reduce the number of river hags that spawn. Oh. You're not able to respawn at checkpoint from the escape menu in the Trial of Segamus. Yeah, wait, can you like resume the Trial of Chaos? I was under the impression that you couldn't like leave and come back. Does this mean you can respawn at checkpoint and then just go back to the same room? Not sure how that works. I do think I'll be going Trade League though a few weeks in, maybe like 3 weeks in. 2.5, 3 weeks maybe? Or at least when I'm done that stuff. I feel like I accomplished everything I wanted or just want to swap. Probably say like 3 weeks. I'm just gonna like super fast skim this. Oh, there's an increased jagged ground duration notable, it seems like, for totem stuff. Oh, fix the bug where strike skills could sometimes have their animations canceled at unintended times. Okay, it was applied to Rake and Rolling Slash originally, I see. Canceling after part of one of Rolling Slam is fully intended and still possible. Gross. Earthquake was being affected by area modifiers twice. Oh, this is a nice change. Ballista can now target the stone pillars on the... Couch co-op. Yeah, I'm not reading that, buddy. Oh, yeah, that could be big. Like FPS improvements and load times. If that's like significant, oh, it's gonna be beautiful. 100%. Oh, dude, if we get like 20% more FPS and like cut the load times in half, then they're cooking. Then they're cooking. You like a full time to like take a drink every time you open the map. A man can dream. A man can dream. All right, looks pretty good. Patch looks honestly pretty good. I was hoping for a little bit more in the end game stuff, but honestly, it looks pretty good. We got new crafting, which is sick. I like this. I like this graphic. They got a new graphic guide, didn't they? Yo, I could outdo this though straight up. But yeah, this looks pretty good. They got a new graphic. Got a new act, pretty sick. Act 4 is gonna be dangerous as hell. I need to be tanky as hell by the time I enter Act 4. Cause I don't know what's going on here. $15, little man. Put that shit in my hand. All classes buffed. Alright. This is a lie. Titan unchanged. Hello? Titan unchanged? Witch Hunter unchanged? This is a straight up fabrication. But I'll give it to him. The support gems being repeatable. Bravo. Beautiful. Very good, very good. The new support gems, we get a new tier of support gems every act, basically. Very cool. Trade stuff, who cares? I'm SSF Andy. Although I'll do some trade league this league, like mid-league maybe. We'll test it out. Sprinting, I don't know about this yet. I hope it's good. Yeah, pretty cool though. New game maps, new game encounters, new Ubers, new crafting. I'm most excited about the crafting stuff. The multiple copies of support gems. I want to see the new notables as well. I really want to see this. But yeah, it looks really good. I'm happy with it. Are we discussing minion player? It's a mystery, man. I know what I'm playing though. I know like 80 or 90% of what I'm playing. I just gotta like flesh out some things. But I'll be making a build guide over the next few days. I'll try to have it done-ish by like Sunday maybe. We'll see. But yeah, build guide coming for sure. I think it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, it looks interesting. But yeah, thanks for chilling, boys. I'm going to hop off for now, and I'll be back in a day or two. Yeah, but it looks good. I will see you guys soon. Thanks for chilling, boys. Until next time, take it easy.